Good evening, Temecula, and good evening, REDI commissioners. I am your chair, Tiffany Baker, and I call this meeting to order. We will start with the salute of the flag, and I will turn it over to our vice chair, Commissioner Wartha.
Thank you, Chair Baker. If you can please join me in saluting the flag. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And I'll have the roll call, please.
Yes. Chair Baker,
Here.
Commissioner Faulkner,
Here.
Commissioner Harris. Commissioner Harris? Oh, can't hear you, but I can see you. Okay, Vice Chair Huerta,
Here.
Commissioner Pastorian,
Here.
Commissioner Steed,
Here.
and Commissioner Wilson.
Here.
Thank you for that, Erica. And now we'll start with presentations. Let's get right to it. I'm excited. We're going to start with the Department of Human Resources, Information Technology, and Support Services in Community Services.
Thank you, Chair Baker. Good evening, REDI Commission. It's a pleasure to be here and appreciate the opportunity to present tonight. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Can you all see that okay? Thank you. All right, well, thank you again for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Isaac Garibay, and I have the privilege of serving as the Director of Human Resources and Risk Management for the city. Tonight, I'm going to give you a brief overview of two major driving forces as it relates to REDI initiatives internally for the city, and that is the Human Resources Department and the Workforce Strategic Plan Focus Group, which I think you'll find interesting later in the presentation. The Human Resources Department is made up of three divisions. The first division of which is our Human Resources Services Division. This is our team. And I'm going to go over the functions, which are largely internal facing. However, if you walk into our offices, you'll see on our wall that we have a saying that says, serving our community through our employees. We have observed that employees that are cared for internally provide better services externally. So we enhance the quality of life of our community through them. Following are the major functions offered by this division. First one being classification and compensation. You can think of job descriptions in our compensation structure. Usually this is a foundation for all other areas of HR, such as recruitment, but it's also the foundation to equality and equity in the workplace. For example, in our job descriptions, we do offer equivalencies for college education. It doesn't make it easier as the experience required to replace education is significant, but it does provide a path for those who may not have had access to higher education to a career with the city. The next one is talent recruitment and selection to fill vacancies in the workplace. An example here is our orientation to our interviewers. Those who are interviewing candidates for a position are provided with an orientation where they are educated on common biases that take place in an interview room in an effort to remove those from the selection process. Next, we have onboarding, which is the orientation for new employees. And this is where employees get one-on-one attention to their specific needs, for example, in benefit selections. Policy development obviously is a big driving force for effectuating change in any environment. An example that we're working on now is an update to our personnel rules. And we're giving consideration to adjusting pronouns being changed to they, them, and their as an inclusive effort. In our benefits and leave management, California is one of the most progressive states in the nation on this front, keeping us challenged enough with keeping up with the legislation on this front. But we actually managed to, of course, stay on top of those to be compliant, but we build on top of those to be more inclusive with our policies. and continue to look for those opportunities to continue to enhance those inclusive efforts. Training and development is obviously a part of our functions in HR. It will be a big part of our efforts on the REDI front. To point to something very specific is our training budget is allocated at 25% of it being dedicated to REDI efforts. So that's of our citywide budget. Performance management, that includes everything from rewarding good performance to disciplining where necessary. It's a systemic approach to equitable performance rewards. And if I can make the analogy similar to the professor who never gives an A in academia, there are supervisors who never give the high ratings in performance evaluations. So we actually are getting ready to go live with a new system that is paperless, and it bases final ratings on competency ratings that makes it consistent across the board and gives more weight to the actual competencies being rated versus the final rating being subjected from supervisor to supervisor. So we've effectuated some consistency there. And then employee recognition. We have a segment of our workforce that is referred to as project employees, and they're typically non-benefited part-time employees, usually younger employees that are getting started in their career. Sometimes they are part-time parents, who are working to make some work-life balances happen in their lives, and then sometimes they're part-time seniors who may be retired and just want to work part-time. So this segment wasn't always included in our formal recognition events or formal recognition awards, but they have been included most recently. I say most recently, I would say for several years now, but it was a change that was made consciously to include them. And then finally, our labor and employee relations with our union. We work very closely with our union. They're represented by Teamsters, Local 911. We don't only comply with the laws that govern our relationship, we actually foster a mutually respectful relationship. There's a lot of dialogue with our workforce and their representation, a lot of listening that happens on both parts. And as you know, dialogue and listening is a lot of the same words that we use on the collaborative approach to REDI initiatives. So it's a common practice for us on many fronts. The second division in HR is our risk management division. This is a newer division that was formally developed in 2017. We, in this department, sorry, excuse me, this clicker's not working. There we go. We cover general liability, which is essentially coordinating the defense of claims and lawsuits against the city, workers' compensation, employee safety and wellness, employee injury and illness management, and insurance for the city. In this division, employee wellness is kind of where we focus efforts on accommodating diversity in our workforce. We've done a lot of work in generational diversity in our workforce and teaching on that front and learning about the different generations in our workforce. So one thing we're exploring is counseling and training opportunities to cope with the stages of life as employees, move through those stages, such as, an employee may be new to the workforce or transitioning from college or from the military. Perhaps they're newlyweds or new parents that need assistance through that transition. On the other end of that, there are empty nesters that may need help with adjusting to that new lifestyle or preparing for retirement. So we're looking at, meeting those needs that help them become better employees by being, balanced and assisted with any challenges they're faced on the outs. Our newest division and our third division is emergency management, which was formally developed in 2020. This is the efforts on this front are emergency preparedness, emergency response, and emergency recovery. Right now, we're looking at engaging the Listos program, which is a grassroots disaster preparedness program that can be tailored to meet the individual needs of our Spanish-speaking community. There are other cities that have been very successful with this, and we have some good models to follow out there. But since this is a fairly new program altogether, it's on our list of things to do, and I'm excited to engage on that front. That covers our amazing group of professionals in HR. So now I'd like to transition over to our workforce strategic plan. As the name implies, this is a strategic approach to the workforce and succession planning. It ensures the workforce is continuously aligned with the city's mission statement, value statement, and quality of life master plan. Much like the REDI Commission, we have a focus group, and the focus group is designed to provide recommendations to executive staff on policies. So whereas the REDI Commission is making recommendations to City Council on policies that affect the community, our Workforce Strategic Plan Focus Group recommends policy to the city's executive staff team on policies affecting the workforce. However, these are not independent functions. Some of the policies adopted by the City Council will absolutely affect the workforce. For example, the core principles adopted by the City Council include training requirements for staff, which Randy went over in your last meeting, and that will obviously trickle down into the workforce in the form of training. I'd be remiss if I did not recognize the individuals who are the brains and the hearts propelling this focus group. And these are the members of that focus group. There's at least one representative from each department. There's diversity in the type of work that they do, from management staff to line staff, office work, field employees. And the group has divided themselves into subcommittees to focus on the different areas of the workforce strategic plan. And the subcommittees allow for better mastery of each element of the plan for the group discussion. Here are the subcommittees that are focusing on each of these areas of the plan: recruitment and selection, training and development, performance management, employee retention, and job knowledge transfer. You'd be pleased to know that the formal and informal conversations among executive staff and focus group and staff in general took place leading up to the formation of the REDI Commission. The conversation started long ago with open hearts and open minds. Safe spaces were created for these conversations, but of course, there's more needed. There's more work to be done here. We strive for perfection, but progress is kind of where we're at right now. Much like the REDI Commission, the focus group is anxious for next steps. To that end, they are watching the REDI Commission meetings carefully to ensure that we are aligned with the community-focused efforts. So we're trying to be one step behind the REDI Commission and City Council on external efforts. We'll be a part of internal training referenced in the phases of the core values, as I mentioned previously. But I cannot emphasize enough the enthusiasm this group has for updating our workforce strategic plan while looking through the REDI lens. We're particularly fortunate to be part of a work culture that allows for these conversations to take place. It's a culture we have all inherited and contributed to. It makes us an employer of choice. So to close out, I would like to show a 3-minute video that is a testament to that work culture.
Temecula, a city filled with old traditions and new opportunities. A vibrant city with beautiful landscapes, hillside vineyards, and spectacular golf courses. But what makes Temecula great? And what's it like working there?
Hi, I'm Christine Damko, the Economic Development Manager here, and I am Temecula.
We are Temecula.
I am Temecula. We are Temecula.
I am Temecula. My name is Greg Butler. I work in the City Manager's Department. I'm the Assistant City Manager, and I've been working for the city for nearly 20 years now.
Yeah, I'm Mario Munoz. I work for the City of Temecula for 26 years.
We are Temecula.
My name is Brandon Rabbidy. I'm currently a planner for the City of Temecula, and I deal with anything from current planning, which is new development in the city, to long-range planning. So figuring out what we're going to do in the future and how we're going to make this the best community that we can.
To me, this felt like, okay, this is something that I could make a career out of. Just knowing working for the city, like this is something long-term I could do that's more than just a job.
The work group here is more like a family than a whole bunch of coworkers. There's so much camaraderie here amongst all the employees that it's not work to come to work.
I am not bored working here, and I am excited when I go home. I'm happy with where I'm at.
Every day, I actually genuinely love the people I work with. We have a good time, we work extremely hard, but we're here to make a difference, and everybody cares about this community.
It just means a lot to be able to work here and be a part of a community that's given me so much growing up.
And I recommend people that want to enjoy working with a family instead of working just for a job. This is the place to be.
Yeah, I would absolutely recommend it. It's everything it reports itself to be. Everything you talk about, you hear about it, that's what it is. It is that exciting to be here.
I'm Aaron Matthews, GIS Supervisor, and I am Temecula.
I'm Brandy Bemo from the Office of Economic Development, and I am Temecula.
We are Temecula! Come join us. Imagine the possibilities.
That ends my presentation. Thank you for your leadership, your investment into REDI, and for your attention tonight. I do have a personal commitment to attend to tonight, so forgive me in advance. I'll be excusing myself following questions or comments and watching the remainder of the meeting this weekend. However, I'm happy to answer any questions or receive any comments at this time.
Well, thank you, Isaac, for that presentation. Commissioners, do you have any questions for him?
Hi, I do have a question. You mentioned in your report about the training and the development as it pertains to the REDI Commission. What type of training have you implemented or are you putting in place?
So that's still part of the core values implementation, and executive staff is next on the list to be trained, is my understanding, and Randy, please jump in if I'm misspeaking, but executive staff I think is next, and then we're going to I'm speaking internally, of course, and I think the focus group and staff at large would follow that.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Huerta?
Yes, so my question was along the lines of Commissioner Wilson. Now, first, it looks like Temecula is doing amazing things. Thank you so much for that awesome presentation, Isaac. But my question was, you had mentioned inclusive efforts on several of those items, and just wanted some examples of what your department's doing to incorporate those efforts.
On anything in particular, or?
I think you mentioned it when you were talking about benefits and the benefits and leaves management and also onboarding. So just a couple of examples.
Sure. So like I mentioned, California is one of the most progressive states on that front in offering, specific leaves and benefits to different walks of life. We've actually managed to build on top of that. We've had employees who were unable to conceive, for example, and we've provided benefits that are not provided by our disability insurance providers for income coverage when they have conceived via like in vitro, for example. And we have a policy in place that allows them to have paid leave when their insurance doesn't cover them for that leave to enjoy their bonding time with their child. But that's nowhere in law. We've built on top of law, on top of insurance policies. So that's one of the major examples that I can think of.
Thank you. And then just a quick question about the Listos program. Can you just, because I've heard that before, but I'm not really too familiar with it. And then just if you could provide some further details on that program.
So this is a new, division to the Human Resources Department. Really, it's our first emergency manager that we've hired for the city as well. So he is his name is Michael Alford. He's very well versed in his discipline, and he's exploring that right now. So I have just a general understanding of it, but other cities haven't implemented the use of their services to provide the same emergency preparedness opportunities to Spanish-speaking communities in our city limits. So that would be anything from CERT training to maybe even CPR and AED training and things like that. That's my general understanding of it as of today.
Thank you. Appreciate the information.
Commissioner Steve, did you have a question? I see you're unmuted.
Yes, thank you. First of all, what a great video. It's always wonderful to see our city represented, and everybody's so happy to work for the city. I think that really is what is reflected in when people come to Temecula and see what a beautiful place it is. If our city employees are happy, I think that's really important. I do see a lot of diversity in the employees that work for the city. Was that intentional, or was it just a reflection of the community that we have?
On occasion, we will make intentional efforts on the recruitment front to advertise in certain demographics that are underrepresented. So I will say that there have been, intentional efforts in some areas. There are, as I'm sure you're aware, there are certain labor markets that are underrepresented by women, for example, in engineering or, different fields like that. So we will take the extra step to advertise in areas, for example, on college campuses and in women's groups and things like that. So we have made efforts on that front. We haven't had the need really to do too much of it, because what we do is we have a quarterly report that, or I should say, I run a quarterly report and compare it against our census data. And if we're pretty much on par with our community, we're in good standing. We have to report annually to the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission on our demographics. And they are a monitoring and enforcement agency, and we've never been subject to any type of audit or review. Our numbers are always in line with our community. So, like I said, we made the efforts, but oftentimes it's got to be really specific for us to get into the weeds of making those efforts.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Faulkner.
Yes, Isaac, great presentation. The video was wonderful. Let me put a plug in for Mike Alford. We used to work together at Camp Pendleton when I was active duty, so he's a good guy. You get a good person on your team. He's gonna be solid. He's gonna be solid for you, just to let you know.
Yeah, thank you.
Glad to hear about the recruiting the underserved the demographics that are not showing your staff, to specifically reaching out for that. That's great. I think you have a very diverse staff. And I really was glad to see the youth. I'm really glad to see the youth engagement with the staff that you have as well. I'm sorry about that. Somebody's calling me. Yeah, I ain't trying for them to try to be calling me. Go ahead. Is somebody go ahead next, and I'll come back. I'm trying to get this phone on mute. Sorry about that.
Yes, Commissioner Pastorian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to commend you on the presentation that you gave. It really did, as Commissioner Steed said, it really brought out the beauty in the city in Temecula. So wonderful job. Absolutely, you can see the diversity that is encountered, not only in the employees in Temecula, but also just simply all around, and how that seems to spread, which is wonderful. My question to you is, have you encountered any challenges or barriers, and how there was a lot of talk in there certainly about our commission, specifically what are some things that you think might be able to, what we can do to add to that? Because you're certainly leading by example, which is awesome, but how can we turn around and support you?
I think that's going to be largely dependent on, work you're doing with Randy Shop, NLC, any type of assessments that you're going to be working on, and the efforts you make with the council. So I know that at the last meeting, you too were looking for some direction, and I can say that the Workforce Strategic Plan Focus Group has also been in a position where they're like, we could use some direction on this front too. We've been in a holding pattern, just kind of waiting for you guys to make some moves and make sure we're in alignment with you and one step behind you. As far as what to expect from you all, I don't know if I'm in the position to tell you. I think that's why we brought you in for the valuable perspectives and diversity of thought. So what comes from this group, I think, is going to be very valuable for us to latch onto internally. Even though we have made some efforts already, I think it'll be good to have a focused approach once we find our rhythm.
Can I thank you. And the other thing was, I just wanted to say, glad to see the training. Looking forward to see the training that you guys come up with. I know you spoke about that being aligned around REDI and how you ensure your staff is focused on those specific issues as far as being inclusive. In addition to, you brought up under the risk management division, coping with stages of life. Can you go into that a little bit more detail? I just want to hear a little bit more about that.
Sure. So most employers have what's called an employee assistance program, and often you'll hear it referred to as an EAP, which is a free like counseling services. You can get some intervention services from them for employees and their family members. It's typically limited in scope, but it is free and has a couple sessions that families can tap into for those resources when needed. But the scope, like I said, is limited to certain family situations, certain traumas. And what I would like to see is for that scope to be broadened to allow for additional counseling and maybe, therapy opportunities, group sessions for employees that are trying to deal with and navigate these stages of life. And oftentimes, I have employees who are coming into my office preparing for retirement, and any other person at the city would be like, "Wow, you finally reached retirement! Good for you! How exciting!" And they are so nervous, and they are just not 100% ready to take the leap, and they have questions and anxieties about what they're going to do with their time, and so I've seen that time and time again, and it's become very apparent that there is a need for assistance in transitioning through these different stages of life, and they all present their different challenges. So that's really where that's trying to close that gap.
That's great. I know that as a veteran, and I work for the VA, we created a something similar called the Welcome Kit. This walks veterans through their different stages of life, transitioning from the military, looking for benefits, enrolling in healthcare, and then end of life, so they can know the different stages and how they walk through those things and who to contact. And so maybe a recommendation for you guys as far as in the place to grab.
I will reach out to you when we get there.
Got it.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Is that everyone? Well, I have a couple of questions. You said that, first of all, I think it's a great presentation. I want to come work for the city, not really. But it's welcoming. I guess that's my point, to say thank you for creating a welcoming city. And I'm curious about, you said you have, what are the demographics of Temecula in terms of, it's rhetorical because I'm putting you on the spot, so I want to come back to answer that question, because you said that the staff reflects the city, but I've been curious about what is the makeup of the city in terms of race, first of all, the race, what is the demographic, what is our race demographic here? Who should I ask that to, you or Randy?
We could probably both answer that. I can't say that I have the numbers in front of me. But I can say that we are pretty on par with what the U.S. Census data provides as far as the workforce goes. I'm due for another review of that data at the 1st of April. So once I have that data, I'm happy to send it to the commission just for review. And you can see that, and it does break it down by race. The race categories used for Equal Employment Opportunity Commission don't necessarily match the categories used by the Census Bureau. So we do our own matching. And then the gender demographics are just male and female. So it doesn't include any non-binary.
Okay. Randy, I see you're unmuted. Do you have some information?
I do, Chair Baker. Isaac referenced the census data, and I thought this was a great opportunity to share with you all that even though the delay, there is a delay in the census data, and it's not supposed to be coming out until September 30th now. The state actually needs an additional month to create the adjusted data to adjust for things like prison populations and so on and so forth. So we will have our workable set of data at the end of October. That will give you fresh, current information. It is just a blessing that this commission has started at the same time as there is brand new current data on our demographics. So it's aligned beautifully. It will give you data with race, with gender, with socioeconomics, with household sizes. So as soon as all of that is available, you all will be the first to know. That is also the data that you will be using to guide the city through the redistricting process as well. In the meantime, if it is the will of the commission, we can get you current demographic information. Mind you, from the census, it'll be older data. It's not as relevant because it's back from 2010. And we can also get you data from like the Department of Finance or the American Community Survey that might have that racial data as well.
I think that would be helpful. Do you all think that information would be helpful for you as commissioners?
I think it would definitely be helpful. And also, could we include maybe the demographics within Temecula, how as far as housing economics, meaning housing wealth, like which demographic or which area has the majority percentage of home ownership in different areas?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Commissioner Wilson, if that data is available, I will make a note of it now. If that data is available, we will go search it, find it out, and distribute it.
Okay, thank you.
And I think too, the most current data is probably the best option for us because our city has changed so much in 10 years. So the most current. I had one more question in regards to our special needs population. I know the county has several programs for providing people with special needs on-the-job training. Has the city been able to take advantage of any of those programs, or is the city doing anything that reflects that?
You know, we don't have any formal relationships with the county on that front, but we actually have a robust program through our community services department and through through Charles Walker's program that you had a presentation on the last meeting. So between those two departments and what they're doing on the special needs front, we actually have transitional or people that transition from those programs into internships and employment with the city. So I would say we actually have a significant section of our workforce that has made that transition and done so successfully. You know, they do approach human resources if they need special accommodations, which we completely, you know, accommodate where feasible. And yeah, I can't say how many off the top of my head, but there are several examples that we can point to.
I love that. Thank you.
So Isaac, you'll be able to get me your data though, because your data is current based on what you do internally. That's what I'm in. I want information on the community, of course, but in terms of your department, I'm going to ask this for every department. So we might as well know that I'm going to ask, what is your demographics for every department? Because that helps me to be able to give you feedback. So just so you'll know going forward, that's going to be my request. And thank you so much for your presentation. Sure. But Mr. Faulkner.
Oh, no, I'm just going to tell you.
I see you, Miss Harris. I won't forget you.
Oh, no, I'm not worried about it.
I'm just going to tell you, Chair Baker and Randy, I pulled a lot of data prior to us getting started. I just used the Randy. Temecula. I know you have internal data, but I got some census and some other data on Temecula as well. I'll send it to you, Randy. You probably already have it.
Okay, well, thank you for that. You are right. You be doing your homework. I like you, Commissioner Harris.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hi, I just wanted to say it's kind of ironic we're having this conversation. I was speaking with Mayor Pro Tem Matt Ron and Randy. I had attended a Zoom meeting that was talking about redlining and environmental justice and how they use redlining old maps to put forth and make policy recommendations. Although we did not experience redlining in Temecula, it's really important to have those demographic maps to understand and have conversations about what is needed to be done in particular neighborhoods, along with economic data. So I think that's something that we'd all very much benefit from. And I do agree that the more current is the best. But I wanted to speak towards Isaac's presentation and say thank you. It is always amazing to see the diversity in Temecula. I just wanted to talk about the fact that we're talking about diversity a lot along racial and gender lines. But you had mentioned that staff had begun using gender pronouns now when introducing themselves, and that was a step towards inclusivity. Sorry. So I just wanted to ask about what conversations you were having and the particular training surrounding LGBTQ individuals and how you're hiring and facilitating a healthy environment for those individuals as well.
So there aren't any specific efforts at this time. I will say that, I do want to make a clarification that pronouns are not necessarily used in formal by policy, I should say, in the workplace, but we are looking at our personnel policies through that lens. Personally, I can share that I'm a gay man myself, so I'm part of the LGBTQ plus community. I very much will do anything I can, of course, to be inclusive on that front. But at this point, we have nothing formal. We have had, I can say personally, actually, that I've had several employees come into my office who do identify as LGBTQ plus, just to talk about, career paths and career advice and guidance and things like that. So it's been more of a one-on-one, thing with me, just because I live openly. I don't have anything to hide, and people approach me, and that's fine. I like being that resource, and as Randy and I have had these conversations, Kevin Hawkins and I have had these conversations, and my form of activism is very much one-on-one, just showing that I'm normal, just like anyone else. So as I make my way through life and show people that we're all the same, we have common ground somewhere. Those employees that do identify as those categories do approach me, but like I said, nothing formal. But I would very much be interested in something that would be born from this commission or from our focus group. Of course, I would support that.
Thank you so much.
I have a quick question. Has there been any, from an HR perspective, have there been any legal issues within the organization centered around race, equity, diversity, and inclusion?
No, there have not. So, and I shouldn't say no. I should say not since I've entered the organization. I started with the organization in 2012. And when someone has a claim like that, they would either make the complaint directly to Human Resources, or they would file a complaint with the Department of Employment and Housing at the state level, or the EEOC at the federal level. We've never received a complaint from either of those agencies at the state or federal level. No litigation or claims brought to us. So feel pretty confident that we're doing things well. But knock on wood that none of that surfaces in any corner of our workforce.
Thanks, Isaac. Appreciate it.
Sure.
All hearts clear. I see some leaning forward. Well, Isaac, thank you so much. It was a pleasure meeting you. And thank you for the good work that you're doing here in Temecula. And thank you for your great representation of what it means to be inclusive. So we want to thank you for that. And thank you for your leadership. And thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Chair Baker. And thank you, commissioners. And Chair Baker, just one clarification. I know you asked for demographic data for each of the departments. I can actually provide that data on behalf of all the departments and break that down for you. So I'll respond to you ahead of the April 1st analysis that I do. and I'll make that report available to the commissioners.
Thank you so much. Enjoy your evening.
You as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care.
All right. Well, that was a great presentation. This is just good information. I love learning about all the awesome things that we do, because then we can really say Temecula is great because we know, right? So we're going to move on to public comments. Erica.
Actually, Madam Chair, that great presentation is going to be followed by the great presentation from IT and information technology. And they're going to blow you away as well. And then lastly, it will be community service.
I see. I thought it was all together. See, I read it all together. You know what? I'm going to put a comma here. Read the commas, Tiffany. Read the commas. I'm going to read the commas, okay? I see the commas. There we go. I so apologize. So let us go to information technology.
Good evening, and thank you for having me. My name is Michael Heslin, and I have the honor of overseeing the Information Technology and Support Services Department, also known as ITSS. Because much of what we do may be considered behind the scenes, I'm appreciative for this opportunity to present to the REDI Commission tonight. Our department's mission is to provide technology solutions that are not only innovative, but secure, accessible, and transparent. These solutions are seen citywide, supporting all the city's tremendous programs, events, and services. Although technology is forever changing, we remain committed to accomplishing the following goals. First, exhibiting leadership in the technology field. Second, providing solutions that promote and increase citizen and customer engagement. Third, to continue to develop accessible e-government services, communications, and outreach, while always building responsive and transparent services. Additionally, we pride ourselves in delivering enhanced information to decision makers by providing data analysis, mapping, and reporting. And finally, we're committed to deploy technology to the public to help close the digital divide. We are excited and passionate about what we do, and we are ready for your feedback to be more successful in our mission. Internally, during the hiring process, I seek to build a team where diversity of opinion is valued and a spirit of teamwork comes first. Our strength comes from our diversity, collaboration, and teamwork. By providing customer service excellence, our team has been recognized by our staff, our peers, our industry partners, and the public. This year, we are recognized by Tyler Technologies for their Excellence Award, earned by demonstrating leadership, innovation, and excellence in developing, deploying, and maintaining innovative solutions in new ways. Also, for the last 3 years, our department received the Municipal Information Systems Association of California Excellence Award. This award is intended to foster and recognize outstanding governance and operational practices in the field of information technology. We are also a very highly competitive team, and we strive to be the best at everything we do. For many years, our team has won first place in the city's Halloween Best Group contest, a tradition we are most eager to get back to. Now, I'd like to tell you a little bit about the people that make up our department. Our team consists of me, 2 managers, and supervisors over 6 divisions, totaling a team of 17. Tonight, I'm also joined by Damian Patrick, our assistant director, and Paula Crowell, our IT manager. I will be providing a brief overview of each division, and I'll tell you a little bit about what they do, while Damian and Paula will provide an in-depth look at a few special projects. First, our Media Services Division. They support all the city's media, audio, and visual needs. This team collaborates with operating departments citywide to produce original video content for direct communications with residents. They produce over 100 videos per year, manage Channel 3, which is the city's public access cable channel, administer the city's website, and assist with social media and graphic design initiatives. Video production for every council meeting takes place throughout the year. These meetings have closed captions and are broadcast to Channel 3, stream online, and are posted on the city's YouTube channel. Assistive listening devices are also provided for those attending meetings in the council chambers or the conference center. These are just some of the resources that demonstrate Media Services' commitment to providing accessible services to everyone while also meeting ADA compliance. Second is our Central and Support Services Division. They are responsible for the city's copy and print services, mail delivery, and front reception. They operate the city's print shop, providing high volume print, copy, binding, laminating, and poster production. They also provide print and copy services throughout the city for both the staff and the public's use. Our mail service includes acceptance and delivery of packages, standard mail, and interoffice mail. Also, we have the support services who are responsible for providing front reception for City Hall. We refer to them as the face and voice of the city. In their role, they create the first impression while providing friendly service as they listen to each customer's needs and provide them with the requested information or direct them to the department or individual who can assist them. This team continues to provide exceptional levels of customer service and support to every resident, customer, business, and visitor. Next is the Geographic Information Systems, or GIS division. They provide maps, data, analysis for all city departments and the public's use. These maps are made up of data layers that are acquired or developed and maintained by the city GIS team. These layers include demographic data, infrastructure, public safety, quality of life items such as park locations, trails, and schools. And these are just a few examples of the data that our GIS team provides to staff and residents. These maps are online, interactive, and can be accessed through the city's GIS portal. This is our website dedicated to providing maps and GIS data to the residents of Temecula. For a more in-depth look, I would like to introduce you to Damian Patrick, our IT Assistant Director. Damian?
Thank you, Michael. I have the honor of managing the media services, support services, and GIS teams for the city. I'd like to share with you an example of the GIS team working with other departments to provide maps and information to the public. A great example of this is what we call the Affordable Housing Map. This story map is an interactive web map designed to allow the user to locate the various affordable housing rental units within the city. The user can click on a given location and bring up a picture of that property or other information such as the address, the target demographic, the number and size of units, and the contact information for that property. This map is a great example of how we provide information in a variety of formats to reach the largest audience possible. It has been very well received by staff within the Community Development Department who we worked with, and by the residents interested in the affordable housing program within the city. With that, I'll hand it back to Michael to discuss the rest of the department.
All right, thank you, Damian. And moving on to our next division is our Enterprise Applications team. This team provides support, training, and upgrades for all city applications. There are currently over 35 business application systems administered and supported by this team. For example, let's look at the permitting system. This system has a citizen self-service portal that allows residents and developers to apply for permits, submit planning applications, and renew business licenses online. By making these typically in-person activities available online, citizens can leverage tools such as Google Translate and screen readers, enabling them to conduct city business in their native language and regardless of any disability. Our team works hard to ensure city applications are Section 508 compliant, which is the federal law that requires government websites be safe and accessible for all people with disabilities. Working with the city clerk, applications also redesign the online records search page, allowing research of any city records we have with full transparency from anywhere. Applications also creates online forms such as Spark of Love and the Small Business Grant. These forms often have personal information, and by using online forms instead of email, applicants can apply knowing their information is secure. Working with all departments, applications supports the city's mobile app. This public-facing app has increased citizen engagement, allowing citizens to report and engage directly with staff for any issues. This has been a very successful application. And finally, our network and infrastructure support team. This team is the first line of defense for the city's network. This team manages over 500 electronic devices, citywide network infrastructure, and over 500 user accounts at more than 20 public facilities. Our team conducts an annual review with 2 contracted internet service providers to ensure we have the best pricing and internet speed. This is important because the city needs to provide enough internet bandwidth, processing power, and storage to power a robust citywide network. One project we are very proud of are the upgrades at the Ronald H. Roberts Public Library for the patrons and the students working in the Homework Center. This upgrade provided the public and our students with modern computers, applications, and print services. In addition, the library has a very robust public Wi-Fi network that serves over 24,000 patrons annually. The network and infrastructure team always brings the highest level of technology to all facilities in an effort to provide technology to all. As you know, last year on March 19th, the governor of California issued the state's first stay-at-home executive order. Faced with many future uncertainties and a need to maintain city services, our team expanded the existing virtual environment to allow all city staff to work remotely. In a matter of days, city staff could safely and securely work remotely while City Hall doors were closed to the public. This ability allowed staff to be safe, limit the spread of COVID, and provide needed flexibility for working parents struggling with a new homeschooling burden. Another great success story during the pandemic was the launch of our public Wi-Fi gardens. And with that, I'd like to introduce Paula Crowell, our city's IT manager, to share this story. Paula?
Thank you, Michael. Good evening. I have the privilege of managing the enterprise applications and network and infrastructure support teams. Bridging the digital divide has always been one of my passion projects. Before the pandemic, approximately 1 in 5 students in California lacked high-speed internet or an appropriate computing device at home. The Homework Resource Center at the library is one of the successful ways we have worked with the school district to ensure access to all students. However, COVID restrictions limited the access to this valuable resource. School during the pandemic is tough. This project aimed to ensure that tough did not mean impossible by doing our part to bridge the digital divide. Our local school district, Temecula Valley Unified School District, has done a fantastic job of distributing cellular internet access devices, also known as MiFis, to students in need. But these devices have speed limits, which become especially tough in households with multiple students. At the request of the Community Services Commission, we were tasked with creating Wi-Fi gardens, or areas within public parks where students could come and use city Wi-Fi free of charge to complete their schooling. IT worked with the school district to understand and scope the technical needs surrounding virtual learning. For example, in order to build Wi-Fi, we had to know how much data would be required. What learning management systems are used? Are they using Zoom or other video apps that require more bandwidth? Did the school district have a sense of how many users in the neighborhood would need the resource? Once we understood the needs, building it was easy because the city currently provides free Wi-Fi at most city facilities in Old Town. We worked with our GIS department to review the park's aerials and look for tree-free routes to existing buildings. For example, the Rotary Park Garden, IT extended the Wi-Fi network from the Temecula Community Center We created plans for the 2 additional sites, Margarita Park and Ronald Reagan Sports Park. We reached out to our current vendor and told them what we hoped to do. Their technical resource reviewed the plans and approved a try before you buy trial program, which was a game changer. We were now able to have products available direct from the vendor without the risk of restocking fees or being stuck with the wrong equipment. Leveraging existing infrastructure, the city was able to provide a stable Wi-Fi network with minimal cost. We live in a world where access to technology can directly impact the outcome of your life. With that in mind, we are always looking for ways to make technology available to all. Back to you, Michael.
Thank you, Paula, and thank you, REDI Commission. We appreciate this time, and with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions, and we welcome your feedback. And I'm going to invite Damian and Paula to come back to the screen for any questions.
Thank you all so very much for your presentation. So, commissioners, I would like to open it up to you. Commissioner Steig.
Good evening. I just wanted to commend all of you. What a year to be in IT. My husband's in IT, so I know for a fact. You guys have really stepped up to the plate. You've gone above and beyond, and you've done it, I'm sure, within days of the pandemic hitting. And while doing so, you have enriched the lives of people that really, really needed it. So while you're just doing your job, you really are providing a service to this community that was greatly needed it to help our kids stay involved and be able to communicate with their fellow students, to be able to communicate with their teachers, and just to be able to communicate with each other. So thank you for everything you've done. I'm sure the background wasn't as pretty. You're like the wizard behind the big curtain, and I'm sure you don't get a lot of thank yous, but I want you to know that as a community, we truly appreciate it. And we'll definitely keep an eye on you guys at the REDI Commission. And if there's anything that we can do to help you or anything you need from us in particular, we would love to support you in any way we can. So thanks for everything you do.
Thank you. We're backed up by a tremendous team of many hardworking individuals. And when you put us together, we just grow exponentially. So I appreciate your feedback, and we'll be passing that on to the team as well.
Commissioner Werther.
Thank you. First, I just want to say your Halloween costumes are amazing. That is super fun. But it really shows a culture that's in Temecula, which is awesome. And also, thank you for the presentation. It was great. I'm happy to hear that you're using Google Translate. I think that is super important, because that was going to be one of my questions, just making sure that if somebody needs a different language, that service is available. And with that being said, when you have council meetings, have you experienced individuals needing those translating services during council meetings? And if so, what services are available to them?
Not to my knowledge. I've not experienced that personally.
Okay.
Have you heard any feedback on that?
No, I haven't heard any requests for translating services. We do occasionally get requests for the assisted listening
devices,
but not for translation.
Okay, thank you for that information. And then back to the Wi-Fi gardens. And I'm sorry if I missed that. I know they were implemented in a few of the parks. How many parks were they implemented at? And is that, the staff anticipate covering all the parks in Temecula?
Paula, you want to field that? I know the parks, but you can field it.
So it was 3 parks. It's our Rotary Park, Ronald Reagan Sports Park, or the back of the CRC, and Margarita Park. And those are our parks that are kind of nearest our high density housing. So we wanted to put it closer to where the school district told us there was a need. We really leaned on the school district a lot to make sure that we were right sizing this project.
Okay, that makes sense. I appreciate the information. I know recently the president or the House just passed the American Rescue Plan. And I know as part of that, there's going to be possibly funding or grant opportunities for broadband infrastructure. So does the city anticipate going after any of those opportunities?
We'll go after any opportunity. Absolutely.
Great. That's great to hear. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Wilson.
Yes, thank you so much. That was an excellent presentation. I had a couple of questions. The first one is, do you use any of the students as far as internship? Because I know Kevin has an awesome program, and with IT, the behind the scenes, this is something great. I think, Michael, you're nodding. You can answer that.
Yeah. I had that in part of the presentation at one point. Yes, we have utilized, and in your previous meeting, Charles actually called out the IT department and said that we have had more interns, fellows, and we've actually done, you guys were asking about the Riverside County Transitional Work Program. We've had a few individuals come through. We've provided them with opportunities to work. We've actually kept them on as fellows. We've kept them on as part-time project employees. We have had numerous people come through our department. They called out an employee that moved on to Google. That was one of our very proud interns that came through our department. So yes, it has been mutually beneficial because they have added value to us. They've strengthened our numbers, and they have gone on to accomplish many things. And, you know, we get the benefit of staying in touch with them and hearing about all their accomplishments, and they come back and see us as well. So
That's good.
And Michael, we still have 2 of them, right? We have 2 of the intern programs that are on our staff right now. So we don't let them all go to Google.
Well, right.
Keep a couple.
Yeah,
that's great. That's really good to hear. Keep the
so
jobs
what Paula
right
is
here.
saying is we have 2 interns that have been hired on and stayed with the city. One who has been in 3 positions now, probably had about 3 job titles, working his way up since he's been here. So yes, very
great.
Successful program.
That's good to hear. And then you talked about the affordable multifamily rental units, that app. Is that the app that's on the city of Temecula?
Yes. Yeah, it's on the city of Temecula website under the GIS page.
Okay, because as a realtor, a lot of people do not know about that app. How can you spread the know-how, how they can get in contact with the app or learn about the app? Because this is a very instrumental tool for right now that people could use in our city.
Do you want me to answer that, Michael? Or?
I mean, social media, but go ahead, Damien.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could elect to kind of go with a heavier hit in terms of social media. We could give it a more prominent position on the website if that's a direction we're given. I think there are a lot of ways we could certainly advertise it. I know we as an organization, we as the IT department love for people to use our applications. The more people use it, the better it looks on us, and our staff loves that. So I would love to get the news out there, the word out there about that map if that's kind of the direction.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good answer. Thank you.
Commissioner Wilson, we will give you that link as the president of the Realtors local group.
Yes.
You can share that with
we could use that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anybody. And since you bring up the realtors, I did want to mention, I know Michael also mentioned the public records page. As we build all of our records out associated with each residential and commercial property, it's not only the realtors that will be able to use that. When, for example, when a realtor is giving an open house and the buyer says, hey, is this addition permitted? The realtor will eventually be able to go on their phone and say, oh, let me check to see if there's a building permit online. Now, that was the vision of our project that Michael and I and his team and my team, our records manager, we've all been collaboratively working on. It will take several years to build out fully, but the other piece of it is we also wanted for our residents, most importantly, like our residents, to be able to, when they purchase a home or where they're renting a home or whatever the situation may be, when they are looking at a property, we want them to be able to access all the information that is available about that property.
That's good. I love it because you want to give them all the information they need to make the best decision for their family. I'm all about education. So Jackie Steed and I, we both agree with that.
So we will send that link out to the full commission, and you are here to liaison with the community. You all can go for it.
Perfect. Thank you guys very much.
Commissioner Faulkner.
Yes, I echo what Denise and Jackie were applauding. I know they're realtors and they are happy with that information, but as soon as I saw that map, I sat in on the city council meeting for that long housing briefing. It was good to see that you shared that information. I think it's an amazing app. I plan on sharing, I'm sure all the other commissioners on my personal social media sites, because I want to get that out of there. So many times, with social media and websites and all that stuff, great information is hidden inside, and we need to pull these gems out and share with the community. I think that's why a lot of people are not informed. They don't want to do all these clicks to find the information. So definitely want to be an extension of you guys to send that information out and get the word out about the great things you're doing. The other thing, I just applaud you for all the awards you won. It just shows your commitment to the city of Temecula. In addition to, I really appreciate how leadership took the lead on making sure that your staff were taken care of, get them into the environment safe, being able to work virtually. So that was a great plan for you. I know everybody was not ready for COVID, but it seems like you guys had a seamless transition in how you made sure you took care of your staff. So I applaud you on that as well. In addition to, last thing I have is, man, kudos on you on your partnership, not only what you did for the city in regards to the Wi-Fi gardens, man, that's amazing. Didn't know anything about it, but we need to get that word out to the community as well on what you're doing, and your partnership with Temecula Valley Unified School District, and ensuring that, they were able, and the things they did with making sure they gave devices out to kids. It's one of those things that, we're looking at as a commission, this inclusion piece that we're looking at for the city. And it looks like you guys are all wrapped around it in regards to how you look at things and how you look at things through the lens of the citizens of Temecula, and no matter what walk of life they're coming from. So I just want to say I applaud you on what you're doing. Just keep up the great work, and look forward to hearing the things that we can share and how we can, again, support you as we continue to wrap ourselves around being ready. Okay, so thank you for everything you do, Mike, Damian, Paula, appreciate the brief.
Commissioner Pastorian.
Thank you. Again, applaud you for your efforts and accomplishments here, certainly in IT. Specifically speaking, as an employee for a Temecula Valley Unified School District, the impact that you made there, I can get choked up over it, frankly. Know that you made education accessible at a time that there were families who suffered and could not make that possible for their children, and you did that. And that is beyond commendable. So thank you so much, very, very much for that. With that, though, I do have the question of the gardens. And correct me if I'm wrong, if when they were first established, I would assume this was obviously, the reaction to the pandemic and everything, and needing to have these things in a particular places and such. When was that completed?
Do you have the date on that, Paula? Paula's looking up.
I'm looking at
I guess overall, maybe I guess I don't need a specific date, but I'm just curious because I would imagine if it was closer to the time that we, all of this sort of started versus where we are today, I am certain that the district has probably identified additional pockets of need, right, around the area. And in that is, I would hope certainly that this collaboration that has developed through this would continue to maintain and continue to bring access to people in terms of technology and such, whether they're kids or not. But if that were the case, are there plans, kind of going towards what Commissioner Huerta said earlier, are there plans to potentially build that project out more? Because it is obviously a need, and I would imagine again that the district has identified those pockets, but perhaps as a city we can identify by bringing different data pieces together, larger pockets or places that might be in need. Is that something that is in the plan, or where are you at with that?
If the need exists, absolutely. The city still has community, we kind of call them our Monday morning community calls, where we meet with the school district and Pachanga and the hospital and the mall and Chamber of Commerce. And we've been discussing with them, you know, what their plans are, what they're struggling with, what their challenges are. There hasn't been a further expressed need, but it's not something we intend to roll back as a benefit. And it's something that our technology foundation could certainly support if there was a need at another facility where we already have, you know, internet connection and staff working. It, like Paula said, you know, it was something that we were very, very happy to do.
Amazing work, really. So with that, I would also ask the question. Obviously, we're the need there was really around our children, but there's another group of people that sometimes have a technology need that don't necessarily know how to make that operate, and that's our seniors. Do you have things or places that you're trying to focus in terms of bringing that aspect, technology and IT, to our seniors as well?
Yeah, we did mention that the network and infrastructure team has computers, print services, and whatnot throughout the city at different public facilities. And the senior center would be one of those, that there's workstations set up that can be used. There's public Wi-Fi. You know, again, the senior center, the library, but yeah, at various places like that, of course.
That's fantastic to know. And my last question, you mentioned that there was a lot of need sometimes, or you seem to pick up on the hearing devices was something that tends to come up more than not. Do you have, or have you found that there's a need for visually impaired people where you have a Braille printer or need at times to print in Braille?
You know, that's not something I've run across yet personally. I have not, no.
And at the library, that has not been a request either. The library is probably one of our most publicly accessible computer facilities for printing and computer access. And we have not heard that request there either, but I think all of us would be more than happy to accommodate when and where if that request ever happened.
That's a great answer, and I certainly appreciate that. I think, again, I only bring it up because, you know, we tend to focus on sometimes what is requested of us, and sometimes we don't know what we don't know. And so if there's a need, and perhaps somebody listening today or tonight might hear that and know that there's an option or an availability where we could honor such a request. And that's the beauty of having these discussions, certainly publicly like this. So I appreciate that answer very much, and all that you've done for not just the city, but certainly the district as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And we appreciate the feedback, because we want to know, what are we not thinking of? What are we not doing? And that's where we need your help. So the feedback is very much appreciated.
Commissioner Harris, I don't miss you. You just, you take it off right after someone else. Go ahead, beautiful, go ahead.
No, it's absolutely okay, because I feel like everyone touches upon some of my, main points, and I love listening to every one of the commissioners here. So it's a treat. It's an absolute treat. But I did want to talk about how amazing the presentation was. I really absolutely appreciated it. And you deserve those awards, because part of my job is to watch different cities' planning commission videos. Can be tedious, but it is something to say that we have some of the best quality videos out there, and the accessibility on the websites is absolutely amazing. So that makes me want to touch upon the affordable multifamily rental units map that you created. Absolutely necessary when it comes to accessibility for a lot of people, especially in Southern California, where affordable housing is impossible to find. The entire time that I was listening to your presentation, there was a part of me that kept saying public Wi-Fi gardens. I knew it was going to come at some point. I knew, I was waiting. I was really excited when you began talking about it, Paula. I think that it was absolutely detrimental for the kids in our community. And it also opens up a wider conversation about what we could do at our parks and the individuals that it could touch upon. It doesn't necessarily just have to be kids, but accessibility to Wi-Fi means a lot for a lot of people. There's a lot of individuals that don't have access to speedy Wi-Fi, or something might occur and you might be applying for a job or in the middle of a lecture, and it would be really nice to go and say, I'm going to go sit at the park and I could get my work done. I think what you had begun is absolutely revolutionary. So I was excited to hear about it and for you to expand upon it. I did want to ask how many children were typically using the Wi-Fi. And beyond that, I know that it's already been asked whether or not you had planned on expanding this program, which I absolutely do think you should do, because doing schoolwork outside and integrating outdoor spaces for classrooms, I know that we'll discuss it when we're talking about Friendship Park. Those ideas are definitely floating around. So if you could just expand upon that, but I'm very much interested to see or hear how many children were using this.
So the data I have is a little bit old. It captured 3 months time from the initial launch of the gardens on October 15th to January 15th. The TCC Rotary Park Garden saw a total of 101 visitors over that. 82% of those were repeat visitors, and the average visit length was 42 minutes. The CRC Amphitheater / Ronald Reagan Sports Park saw a total of 582 visitors over this time, with an average of 36 visitors per day. 72% of those were repeat visitors. The average visit length was 48 minutes. Margarita Park saw a total of 740 visitors over this time, with an average of 17 visitors per day. 79% of those were repeat visitors. The average visit length there was 39 minutes. And I really do feel strongly, I try not to like tear up about this, but when I saw people sitting outside of Starbucks and Taco Bell, I'm sorry, with their children in the evening, it was really impressed upon me about how hard this was for families. And it shouldn't be that hard, especially not for kids. Anyone who has kids already knows how hard it is to get them to do homework anyway. But imagine having to sit outside of a restaurant or a Starbucks to get through that homework experience. Right. And so I was really privileged when TCSD and the Community Services Commission reached out and asked, could we do it? So I'd be more than happy to do this whenever and however many times we can. This really is something that's very personal to me and dear to my heart, and the whole team as well.
I would just like to say that I think as a commission, we should make this a priority, because from an equity lens, this could have a huge impact, an absolutely huge impact, yes, not only on children, not only on teenagers, not only, for just people who need it, our homeless community. It could make such a huge impact. And I know that I'm 100% behind you, and I'm sure the rest of the commission is. Thank you, IT, for your service.
Well, I don't know how I'm going to pass that, follow that up, because that's where I was going, and because my heart is with the people. See, you're trying to make me cry. You're trying to make me cry. Well, hold up. This is, oh Jesus, this is amazing. It's amazing what you've done, because you don't know how many people, just as you said, you captured the heart of what the city needed when the city needed. And that is important, to be in step with the needs of your community. And this was a big need, and you guys came through big time. And I hope, and I echo Commissioner Harris's sentiment, that I hope that this is an initiative that the REDI Commission can run with, that we can expand this throughout our city, because it touches all of what we're here for. It is inclusive, It doesn't matter what your socioeconomic background is. It doesn't matter the color of your skin. It's just simply a provision that our great city is making because we had leaders in IT to lead the way. So thank you, thank you, thank you on behalf of those families. Thank you on behalf of every family that had an opportunity to access. And what I would tell you as a suggestion is that people are moved by stories and data. This is why I keep asking you all for data, because we do so much good, but no one knows. No one knows. So my recommendation would be to you is to showcase some of this great work on your website, on our social media platforms, families, data, but imagery of families receiving the services that we're providing for them. That will go a long way. And as an African-American woman, I would like to see a little bit more melon in some of your marketing material. That's just my personal opinion, speaking for myself. But other than that, good job. Good job. Great, great, great job. Thank you. Thank you so much. And you're not gonna have me crying here, Paula. But great job. And those children, thank you for that. Those parents, thank you. And I thank you on behalf of them as well. Thank you, Michael, and to you and your team. Thank you, Paula. And thank you, Damien, for your presentation here tonight.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, okay. Now, support services, how you gonna follow that up? They brought us to tears, so your turn now.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and hello again, commissioners. Hey, REDI. What amazing presentations, right? And I think you just saw firsthand when passion meets purpose, right? And you've heard it obviously from IT and Michael and Damien and Paula. You heard it from Isaac too and his HR team. Yeah. So that's what we're all about, and that's the Temecula way. So as you know, my name is Kevin Hawkins, and for the past 70 years out of, well, a long time in municipal government, I've also had the privilege of serving as the Director of Community Services here in Temecula. So I don't know if we have our slide ready, but you've probably noticed that there's something a little different about our presentation already. And what we've been referred to as the fun department, and although true, let me tell you a quick story of what that means to me as a director. So I recall some years back at a family dinner, I think it was Thanksgiving, and a young cousin was over for the first time and asked me what I did for a living. And actually it kind of went like this: where do you work? What do you do? And it was kind of like this impromptu Thanksgiving audit, right? So me clearly not knowing my audience, I replied that, well, I provide executive planning, direction, support, and coordination of a department and a group of professionals that provide a high quality of life through a complement of programs, services, events, and activities for our youth, adults, seniors, veterans, and special needs populations in the heart of Southern California wine country, Temecula. And obviously I was met with this blank expression. So I said, okay. I asked her, are you familiar with Parks and Rec? And immediately she said, oh, you're on TV? And I said, well, I guess technically now we are on TV, but no, not the show. So I said, well, let me change my tactics. So I said, today is Thursday. So you know the police and fire departments? And she said, yeah. And I said, good. So if the police and fire departments were days of the week, they would be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And so are the other departments that like fix roads and hire people and et cetera. I said, are you still with me? And she said, yep. I said, well, I'm part of the department that is Saturday and Sunday. Well, technically it's Friday after 5:30 p.m., but you like weekends, right? And so she responds, I love the weekends. Weekends are when I have fun. So now she's excited and she says, so you make weekends? And of course, my reply was, yes, yes, we do. We make weekends and we make the fun. So which takes me back to the cover. And over the past year, there were world events that obviously weren't always fun, which quite honestly led to the creation of your commission, combined with other global pandemics that impacted our ability to interact and play and love and mourn as we're accustomed to. And oftentimes, as we see from comic books to Disney movies, serious topics can easily be disarmed and or addressed in the guise of animation or cartoons, you know, fun kid stuff. And sometimes it's just important to honestly meet people where they're at in life. And we thought we could introduce and convey the storylines of our diversity and respective disciplines in a fun way that's accessible and understandable to all. So we also know that fun or community services isn't just limited to weekend fun, but those activities that touch our mind, our bodies, and our souls and are core to Temecula's high quality of life. But for tonight's purposes, when asked, what do we do? The fun department will say that we create community through people, parks, and programs. So enough from me. I'm going to now hand the presentation over to our Assistant Director, Erica Russo, who will be your TCSD tour guide as you meet the balance of our incredible team of TCSD superheroes. And with that, E.
Good evening, Chair Baker, Commissioners. It's such a pleasure to be here, and we just want to thank you for taking the time to get to know us a little better and what we do here in community services. So I'd like to start out with, we have this org chart, and I don't want anyone to feel overwhelmed by the amount of detail here. It's just that our department is a large and very complex department. And so we're going to use this org chart throughout the presentation as a sort of subway map. So don't worry about reading all the details. This is really just designed to kind of give you a tour through our department to let you know a little bit more about the people who work here and what we do. In broad terms, our department is divided into two broad sort of mega divisions. On the right-hand side, you have everything that would be sort of traditional parks and rec, as well as what we consider human services, which would include things like senior and inclusive services and homeless outreach. And then on the left side of the slide, you'll see we have another sort of mega division, if you will. This one is focused on cultural arts, and that's headed up by our superintendent, Bea Barnett. And Bea oversees the theater, the museums, our community relations division, and the special events division. So with that, I'll turn it over to Bea, and she can walk you through her team.
Thanks, Erica. Good evening, commissioners, staff, and community. I'm Bea Barnett, Community Services Superintendent. It's an honor to be part of Kevin's senior management team in TCSD, and I'm proud to introduce you to the City of Temecula's Cultural Arts, Special Events, and Community Outreach Division Dream Teams. Empathy is a unifying force, and that's one of the theater's superpowers. Community Services Manager Cherise Turner will highlight the performances, programming at the Old Town Temecula Community Theater, the MERC, that is produced by our Temecula Theater family. Cherise?
Good evening. It is good to see you all again and present to you again. The Old Town Temecula Community Theater is committed to providing a rewarding and memorable experience to our audience, participants, and supporters, and to be a valued cultural asset of the community. We are devoted to educating our community through performance and participation. Our objective is to keep the arts affordable and accessible to all who desire to engage in the arts. The theater offers an array of culturally diverse artistic programming. Our Temecula Presents performance series highlights various music genres, dance, and culture. The MERC is a historic landmark that allows the community to experience an intimate performance space featuring star quality concerts, free art exhibits, and more. Exposure to the arts provides a more well-rounded community, especially for our children. Our arts education endeavors include free master dance classes, cultural celebrations, free student-led musical theater internship, and free field trips for local schools to experience live theater at no cost. We continue to provide equitable access to our community partners to present various types of artistic expression on our various stages. The theater is supported by a front of house staff that interfaces with our patrons, visitors, and volunteers and manage the aftermarket events. We also have a back of house team that oversees production of our theater performances on the main stage. Currently, our staff includes Community Services Supervisor and Technical Director Bill Strawn, Sound Engineer John Deers, Lighting and Technical Support Travis Brown, and Theater Operations Specialist Sandra Garcia McLean, and myself. Thank you so much for your time. I hope that you will eventually have the opportunity in the future to experience Temecula Theater. Thank you.
Thank you, Charisse. Just a moment of pride that Erica, Charisse, and I have all been patron services coordinator at the theater, working our way up through the theater, so I'm very proud of that. The arts belong to all of us, and the integration of the arts into the fabric of our community celebrates life, our differences, while connecting us through communal experiences. Community Services Manager Tracy Frick curates the Temecula Valley Museum Public Art Sister City Program and Arts, Culture, and Entertainment with Team Culture. Tracy?
Thank you, Bea. Good evening, everyone. It's nice to see you all again. As Bea mentioned, I'm Tracy Frick, Community Services Manager, and I oversee the Temecula Valley Museum, the Arts, Culture, and Entertainment team, and the Sister City program. I've already had the opportunity to present these programs to you in detail at the last meeting, and the pleasure of meeting some of you in person last week, so I'll be very brief. At the Temecula Valley Museum, we have permanent exhibits that celebrate Temecula Valley history, and temporary exhibits that celebrate and inform about all aspects of life. We also operate a Touch History children's play area and a museum store where we strive to bring in products that allow the visitor to take home a piece of their museum experience. We do historical walking tours for tourists and groups and field trip tours for all of Temecula's third graders. We conduct an annual third grade history contest as well, and offer a summer camp program called Culture Quest, where we educate students on the history and culture of countries from all over the world. For the Arts and Culture Division, we offer local artists the opportunity to showcase their art at one of 4 city galleries, the Merck, City Hall, the Museum Rotunda, and the Ronald H. Roberts Temecula Public Library. We also operate the monthly, hopefully soon again, the monthly Art Off the Walls event at the Merck, providing music and food to celebrate the artists featured there, and also allow up to 20 other artists space to showcase and sell their work. We coordinate the annual Ralph Love Plein Air Art Contest. We create virtual galleries that are uploaded to our website. And we're also working on 2 public art programs, the Student Mural Project, which I know some of you had the opportunity to see. It was unveiled this past February in celebration of our Black History Month. And we're currently putting together a proposal to create a brand new utility art box wrap project that will be featured in Old Town Temecula. Finally, we have the honor to facilitate our friendship, our almost 30-year friendship with the city of Dyson, Japan by coordinating the annual student and adult field trips. And as I've expressed to you before, I'm super excited about this commission, and I believe that our efforts together will combine to benefit all of the citizens of the Temecula Valley. I thank you for your time, and I'm very excited about working with you.
Thanks, Tracy. Community relations and outreach educate, inform, unite, and heal in response to current events. Community Services Manager Jeff Lawrence and team produced the Around and About Temecula web series, in addition to several other publicity and public service communications. Jeff? Jeff, you're on mute. It looks like we're having a little technical difficulty, Jeff. Do you want me to cover your slide for you? All right, I'll go ahead. The Around and About Temecula team is an award-winning video series that provides highly successful tools for sharing our messages with the community. Launched in 2017, we're already up to episode 24. If you haven't caught episode 23, it gives an in-depth background to the commissioners, our commissioners for the Temecula Community Services Commission, which we have a new one from this year and a relatively new one from last year. Community Services also provides outreach opportunities. Jeff is out in the community, shaking hands, meeting people, setting up booths to get great outreach. He puts out a monthly newsletter, so if you're not on the e-list, we want to make sure to get you on there to know what's happening all around Temecula. And his capable team of Mike Morey is the dynamic duo that is putting together all of these magnificent communications. So we thank you for your 25 years of public service and look forward to seeing you and hearing you on your next episode. So finally, special events entertains, uplifts, and unites communities with compassion and creativity by providing accessible public engagement and connection. Community Services Manager Dawn Adamiak and Team Dawntastic expertly oversee all special events, large and small, including festivals, concerts, and community entertainment, facility and picnic shelter rentals, and serve as our community liaisons. Dawn, take it away.
Good evening, commissioners. It's nice to meet you. My name is Dawn Adamiak. I've been with the city for 17 years now, 2 years part-time, 15 years full-time. I oversee our city special events, including the 4th of July Parade and Extravaganza, the Temecula Rod Run, Santa's Electric Light Parade, New Year's Eve Grape Drop, special games, patriotic salute to veterans, and summer concert series, just to name a few things that we do. The events team consists of Willa Augustine, Tracy Courts, and Mike Morey. Mike Morey, who you just heard about from the previous slide, he does wear multiple hats for our department, as he's also our multimedia coordinator. Mike does have one direct part-time staff member, Ashlyn Hendricks. I also handle all the special event permits, including co-sponsored events such as Reality Rally and the Quilt Show, privately organized events on city and public property, and I am the contact for expressive activities. I work closely with Visit Temecula Valley and the Old Town Temecula Association, and I also oversee the agreement for the farmers market. The other part of my team handles the Temecula Community Center, the TCC as we fondly call it, the conference center, and picnic shelter rentals. Rashan Claremont supervises a team of 2 part-time staff members, Brittany Say and Jamal Whaley. And again, that's my team in a nutshell. It's nice to meet you and I look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Clearly, public service is our passion as well as our profession. Team TCSD looks forward to engaging with the REDI Commission and collaborating to advance our demonstrated commitment to inclusivity, diversity, equity, accessibility, and foster a mutual respect for diverse beliefs and values of all individuals and groups. All of this is only possible due to our city's dedicated leaders, boards, commissions, and staff, both past and present, and we are grateful for their and your service to our community. And now your TCSD tour resumes with our Assistant Director, Erica Russo. Thank you.
Thank you, Bea, and thanks to your team. That was a really great trip through the cultural arts side of our house. And, you know, one thing I wanted to mention is that when we talk about these 2 different kind of sides of TCSD, it's not that we work in silos. It's just from a managerial standpoint, everybody has to report to someone. But the reality is we're part of a big TCSD family and we all collaborate amongst each other. And a lot of us have worked in more than one division. So, you know, as Bea mentioned, several of us have come up through the theater. Actually, our next manager, Tracy Masters, I started working for her. So I worked in her division at first. So a lot of us have experience working in different divisions. Tracy, I think, is having a little bit of technical difficulties. So unless she jumps in right now, I'm going to try to walk you through her division. One other item I just wanted to point out on our org charts is on a lot of these slides, you'll notice the gray boxes that tend to be towards the bottom of the org chart. Otherwise, the colors on this org chart don't really mean anything in particular for you, but those gray boxes signify our part-time staff, which as Isaac referred to in his report for human resources, are sometimes called our project staff. In TCSD, unlike a lot of other departments, those project or part-time staff really form the base of our pyramid. So those are the staff who are our frontline workers who are out working with our community. And the other reason why it's so important to notice them on this org chart is because a lot of their names are gray. And that signifies people who had to be laid off at the beginning of COVID and who we are still in the process of bringing back on or hoping to bring back on soon. So as you look at the org chart, you'll see those layers and notice how much of our staffing really relies upon those individuals. Since I haven't heard from Tracy, I'm just going to go ahead and walk you through. So Tracy has one of those interesting positions where she simultaneously manages both some of our most forward-facing divisions, which include our contract class programs and our facilities, and the back side of the house where she manages a lot of our more administrative things that are really sort of behind the scenes. So on the contract class side, they provide over 5,000 classes each year. And to do that, they manage over 50 city contract instructors. Tracy has been doing this for years, and she is a wizard at finding individuals who are just phenomenal instructors who really know how to work with the community and who enable us to offer more to the community than we would be able to do if we had to provide everything through staff. With contract instruction, we can hire someone who can teach a class in a specialized field, like say Hawaiian and Tahitian dance or photography or any sport you can think of. So the contract class program is one of the main ways that we expand our offerings to the community. On the facilities side, Tracy manages several of our facilities that we use for contract class and other programming. Those include the Jefferson Recreation Center, which is up on Jefferson, north of Winchester, the Margarita Recreation Center, which is on Margarita. That's next to Temecula Elementary School, and it's what we call the old YMCA building, which the city has repurposed and will soon be completely renovating to be a new recreation center, and the Harveston Community Park Room, which is located at the Harveston Sports Park. In addition, Tracy and her staff manage our recreation software, which does a lot more than just recreation. It handles basically every aspect of how the community interacts with our department, from registering for classes to getting information about events to being on a wait list to getting a fishing permit. It's a really diverse software. Most recently, she adapted it to handle our annual Rod Run event. And additionally, Tracy and her team manage the activity guide, which in the past, you would have received this in the mail. This year, we've been on hiatus because of COVID and not being able to offer as much, but keep your eyes open and soon we'll be returning to having these lovely 52-page brochures in the mail to every household in the city of Temecula. And with that, and I'm sure I didn't do it justice, I will hand you over to James Wilcox, who is our Community Services Manager, who manages our sports and park ranger divisions.
Thank you, Erica, and good evening, commissioners. As Erica has mentioned, my name is James Wilcox, Community Service Manager. I oversee the sports division along with the park ranger division. Can I go to the next slide, please? Or not? There we go. There is a variety of sports offered in the city of Temecula for all ages. We could start off with the recreational sports programs, which are overseen by our nonprofit organizations, which is the support of the city that they have, such as girls softball, baseball, soccer, football, basketball. Also, we have our adult sports, which is ran by the city with our adult softball league and adult basketball league. We also do cater to a variety of rental groups. They're not all on there, just a few to say is field hockey, lacrosse, rugby, pickup games, etc. We're probably looking at least 40 different individual rental groups that we deal with on a yearly basis. Up to our facilities, just going to briefly go through them as you guys have them in front of you. Is our facilities. We have multiple sports parks. We have multiple tennis sites. We have indoor and outdoor basketball courts, as well as sand volleyball courts, pickleball courts. And also we have a joint use agreement with the Temecula Valley Unified School District, which allows us to utilize multiple school sites as well. In conclusion, basically we have tournaments that are mainly played over at our Patricia H. Birdsall Sports Park. We cater roughly to, on a normal year, I should say, smiling, at least 50 tournaments, which is almost one a year, or excuse me, 50 tournaments that we cater to, which we have almost every weekend out there. And that's our jewel, we call it, our prime sports park at this time. The sports staff team is included with Sergio Araya, Community Service Supervisor, Andrew Formatera, Community Service Assistant, along with some 5 part-time staff. Next slide, please. Our park ranger is not only a big part of our department, but other departments that they deal with, such as with Public Works, our Temecula Police Department, Fire, etc. Temecula, there are 3 park rangers. We have Robert Heltmack, who's a park ranger 2, Elizabeth Hurst, park ranger 1, and Gus Gonzalez, park ranger 2. They wear many hats because of the diversity of the city's amenities, visitors, and recreational opportunities. The park rangers provide park security, safety, enforce the city ordinances, park rules, and serve as an ambassador for the city of Temecula. With only having 3 park rangers, the area they cover is almost 30 square miles, checking sports parks, passive parks, facilities, trails, lakes, and obviously, as I mentioned, the joint use school sites. From simple duties as locking a gate to being compassionate with someone that may be homeless is a daily routine. It comes down to our park rangers being on the front line and the first person that someone visiting our parks may encounter from the city. Our park rangers' goal is to make sure everyone feels safe and welcome. That concludes my presentation. I look forward to working with you guys in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, James. And next I'd like to introduce Gwen Wilcox. Gwen is based out of our Community Recreation Center, which is over on Rancho Vista Road. And she manages that complex, which includes the CRC as well as the aquatics facility there. And in addition, she manages our aquatics division, which also utilizes other sites. As James mentioned on the sports
Good
side.
evening. My name is Gwen Wilcox. I've been with the city for over 20 years. I have the privilege of overseeing the aquatics division and the Community Recreation Center division. I'll begin with an overview of our aquatics division. Our aquatics division operates 3 aquatic facilities seasonally and 1 year-round facility. Our year-round facility, the Community Recreation Center, is a 6-lane, 25-yard pool with a water slide, diving board, and shallow wading pool. This facility recently had a major renovation, including adding shade structures and fixing concrete decking, along with repairing the plaster, which were majorly needed repairs. The Charbel High School pool and Temecula Elementary School pool are both used by the city seasonally in the summer. The Charbel High School pool is a 2-pool facility with an 8-lane competition pool and a smaller recreation pool, as well as a splash pad. The city of Temecula helped build the CHS pool, and thus we use it in the summer to provide vast programs to our residents on the north side of town. The Temecula Elementary School pool is an all-shallow, 6-lane, 25-yard pool used exclusively for the city of Temecula. It's a great facility for summertime swim lessons, water exercise class, and adaptive swim lesson programs. And right next door to the Temecula Elementary School pool, we also staff the Eagle Soar splash pad to assist with rule enforcement, ensuring safety, and responding to emergencies. In the summer, we employ upwards of 70 aquatic staff team members, who fill the positions of lifeguards, water safety instructor, which is a swim lesson instructor, senior guard, lead lifeguard, and recreation leader at the splash pad, and a cashier. In the off season, we employ approximately 25 aquatics team members. Summer is obviously our biggest season, operating 3 pool facilities from early morning to late evening, 7 days a week. We offer programs for all ages and abilities throughout the city. My passion and the passion of our aquatics division is water safety and drowning prevention. Drowning is the leading cause of accidental death in children ages 4 and younger, and it is completely preventable. Keeping this in mind, in a typical summer, we teach about 4,000 kids in swim lessons and group lessons, semi-private lessons, adaptive swim lessons, and last year we taught you swim lessons family style, where a parent is in the water with a child, and we will be incorporating that into our program this year as well. We also worked with the first 5 of Riverside to develop a scholarship program for participants ages 5 and under for swim lessons. And the summer of 2019, first 5 of Riverside took the program that we had developed together and rolled out a scholarship program for the entire county of Riverside. We're still currently looking for partners to sponsor students ages 6 and up for that scholarship program. We also offer many other programs. Our lap swim, masters, and water exercise classes are year-round offerings with additional classes and opportunities in the summer. Currently, both programs are extremely impacted due to the lack of pools open in the area. Another award-winning program is our junior lifeguard program. This program is a great way, This program is a great way for our junior lifeguards to experience what it's like to be part of our team. And we did win the Aquatics International 2020 Best Targeted Programming for this award. These volunteers, along with the Swim Buddy volunteers who assist with adaptive lessons, are a vital part of our swim lesson program and help ensure safety of students during classes. During a typical summer, we have over 50 volunteers of all ages. In addition, we offer public swim, family night swim, opportunities for families and swimmers of all ages. We also offer special needs family night monthly throughout the summer. Training and safety is a cornerstone of our division. We teach American Red Cross first aid classes year-round for lifeguarding, advanced first aid, oxygen administration, AED, and water safety instructor training. On the Community Recreation Center division, we have the Community Recreation Center, which includes meeting rooms, and a full-size wood court gymnasium, multi-purpose room with a stage, commercial kitchen, outdoor amphitheater, teen zone, and a 25-yard pool, the CRC pool I just talked about. Also included in this division is the Temecula Skate Park. In the summer, we employ upwards of 40 team members who fill the positions of day camp director, day camp counselor, recreation leader, recreation assistants. We also have 30 volunteers, which are junior day camp counselors, ages 16 to 18, that participate in our counselor and training program, so they can one day become a day camp counselor themselves. Summer is our busiest time in this division as well. During the summer, we operate a day camp program Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. for ages 6 to 14. In previous years, the program has served 115 campers every 2 weeks. This summer, due to COVID restrictions, we'll be offering in-person camp with the participants in cohorts, and will offer a 1-month session instead of the 2-week sessions. Our year-round programming includes our teen zone with team programming daily, as well as a place for teens to hang out, connect with friends, and learn skills such as cooking, drawing, DIY crafts, projects, sports, and many other fun activities. We're also in the process of starting an esports league for our teens. During COVID, we've had to pivot many of our activities to virtual programs. One of our very successful programs has been our monthly theme boxes for teens. It includes craft activities, recipes, word search puzzles, as well as a monthly link to the Zoom meetings to interact with other teens and make the crafts that come in the box. We're also offering a live cooking tutorial for our teens every other Tuesday, where they can cook virtually alongside one of their favorite counselors and learn to make fresh homemade dishes. Another team program that has been a big hit is our escape room. This program was designed for one of our recreation staff members, and the teens have had so much fun participating. This division also oversees the Fitness in Temecula program, or the FIT program. As a part of the FIT program, we offer a 5K color run race around Ronald Reagan Sports Park and a kids color run obstacle course in September promoting family fitness. This year, due to COVID, we could not provide an in-person race, so instead we provided a DIY color run experience where participants could drive up and pick up a box filled with everything they needed to run their own socially distanced color run around Temecula. Also, as part of the FIT program, we're offering another fitness opportunity called Step into Spring. Families can run or walk a 5K at any of our local parks and then send in their times for our leaderboard and win prizes. There will be swag bags available for pickup once the families register. At the skate park, prior to COVID pandemic, we held monthly events and competitions for youth 18 and under. These were a huge hit, and we're looking forward to be offering them again in the future. Prior to COVID, we also offered facility rentals in our meeting rooms, gymnasium, kitchen, multipurpose room, and amphitheater. We're excited to offer the service again as soon as we're able to, once we're in the tier that permits these activities. Currently, due to the pandemic, we are assisting with in-person outdoor contract instructor classes, along with virtual concerts, bag box pickups, and COVID-19 testing. Thank you. This concludes my report.
My apologies there. I just accidentally advanced a few too many slides. Let me get you back to where we were supposed to be here. So next up, I would like to introduce you to Mike Wooten. Mike has recently promoted into the position of Community Services Manager, taking over our Administrative Services Division. He also heads up our Homeless Outreach Division. So I think a lot of what Mike does will actually be of real interest to this commission, not just this evening in this presentation, but on an ongoing basis. With that, Mike, if you're available.
Available. Thank you, Erica, and good evening, commissioners. It's a pleasure to be able to provide you all with a brief overview of the divisions I manage, beginning with administrative services. So this division supports the city and our department with tasks such as contract administration, procurement, grant writing, and budget preparation. We're also fortunate to collaborate with other departments. For example, we participate on capital improvement projects that include developing new or improving existing parks and recreational facilities. And we also support the city manager's office and city council on special projects that require research and analysis. There are a few projects that we have or are working on that I'd like to point out. Last year, while working closely with RJM Design Group, we completed the Community Services Master Plan. This master plan is an important tool to ensure we are positively enhancing the quality of life for our residents and meeting future facility and program needs as our population and demographics continue to change. And a couple projects we're currently working on, which are being led by our acting senior management analyst, Lacey Sisler, is a grant application to develop a new sports park in the northern part of town off Jefferson Avenue, along with moving and expanding the dog park at Mike Nagar Community Park, formerly known as Margarita Park, both of which are funded by Prop 68. And also a REDI overlay document to assess the current state of its principles within TCSD and develop a plan to apply across all of our activities. So moving on to our Homeless Outreach Division. As you can probably guess, it takes a group effort to address homeless issues our city faces, and it would not be possible without our partnering organizations. So starting with the Sheriff's Homeless Outreach Team, or HOT, these deputies and their sergeant are typically the ones making first contact with homeless individuals to build trust and connect them with the resources they need, while also both discouraging illegal behavior and respecting the rights of the individuals they encounter. We also contract with an outreach provider, Social Work Action Group, or SWAG, who are local experts that connect homeless people to the resources necessary to secure treatment and housing. They were recently brought back on after some time away, and since the beginning of the year, they have helped close to 10 people get off the streets. And then there is city staff. Our team organizes all the collaborative efforts with SWAG, HOT, and our local nonprofit partners. We're constantly evaluating services and outcomes, and we also staff the city's help center, where case management, outreach and in-reach events, financial assistance, life skills, computer access, and hygiene supplies are all provided. With that, thank you, and that concludes my portion of the presentation.
Thank you, Mike. Next, I'd like to turn to Rosie Vanderhoek. Rosie is what I like to refer to as one of our honorary managers. And I say honorary because if you'll notice, Rosie on the org chart is located under Mike's Administrative Services branch. That's because the Ronald H. Roberts Temecula Public Library on Pava Road is actually staffed through a contract with the county, and it's part of Riverside County Library Systems. So technically, Rosie she's not employed by the city of Temecula, but she is definitely part of our TCSD family. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Rosie.
Okay, thank you, Erica, and good evening, commissioners. The Ronald H. Roberts Temecula Public Library is located on Pava Road, and it overlooks the Ronald Reagan Sports Park. We are currently open 6 days a week. We started express book service back in June of 2020 and have continuously offered that 6 days a week, even with the openings and closings of the inside of the library. The library is a real important part of the community, and that's why we've been open throughout the pandemic. The mission of the library is to provide lifelong learning opportunities through equal access to informational, recreational, and educational materials and programs for our very culturally diverse community. I think as I go through the vision and the mission, you're going to see some mirroring of what you're wanting to do with the REDI Commission. Our vision is to enhance the quality of life in our community for all residents. So some of the strategies that we're using will be, we're providing opportunities to engage reading and encouraging literacy. Now that starts with, it could be our baby sign language story time, to ESL, English as Second Language, to book clubs and lectures. And we realized you have to recognize and then be able to serve the diverse needs and expectations of our changing community as we get more and more residents. Our inclusive story time is one of our very best programs that we added several years ago, and has now become a model for other libraries to incorporate into their series. We provide exceptional customer service in a welcoming environment. If you have not been in our library, I think that's going to be your next step by the time I finish with this report. We provide access to global information by incorporating current and emerging technologies. And you heard from the IT department that we offer Wi-Fi, wired PCs, and it's all free. We create public awareness of our library as a community gathering place for education and cultural and recreational activities. So with that, we want to go to the next slide and talk a little bit about programming. The libraries offers programs that embrace diversity and strive to educate, entertain, and inform. All of our programs are free, and they're free because they're sponsored by our friends of the Temecula Libraries, who manage and run our bookstore. Unfortunately, with the pandemic, we have not been able to reopen the bookstore because it's totally operated by volunteers. We hope that soon we will be able to bring them back because they are a vital part of our ability to offer everything free. Inside the library, we typically pre-COVID had 100 volunteers. Some of those were students getting their hours for graduation. Others were adults just enjoying giving back to the community. Again, volunteers have not been allowed to return. We have displays at the library that highlight the varied and diverse information that can be found at the library. Annual displays have included women's history, Black history, Native American heritage, Hispanic heritage, Asian Pacific, American heritage, and National Autism Month. We are very pleased with being able to offer some of the most outstanding professional companies to come in and do programming for us. Right now, we're doing virtual programming because we no longer can have groups of people together. But one way or the other, that was a pretty steep learning curve for us because nobody on staff really knew how to do virtual programming, but we have learned, and it is quite amazing, the story times, the craft programs, and the music programs that we now have up on YouTube. Let me go to some more information here. So the Ronald H. Roberts Temecula Public Library makes every effort to purchase items that reflect a wide range of cultures and experiences. Book lists are created to further direct customers to items on topics such as multicultural reads, LGBTQ, and special needs. The library has a very small book collection of world languages, including Spanish, Chinese, Dutch, German, Japanese, Korean, Russian, and French. Our staff reflects a wide range of backgrounds that are able to offer exceptional customer service in English and Spanish, but we also have staff who have other language skills And they are able to meet the needs of people from Philippines, Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Iran. So we are really blessed to have such a diverse staff that when somebody comes into the building that doesn't speak English or Spanish, but they might speak one of these other languages, I have staff that can go up and make them feel welcome in an environment that might seem very challenging to them. So it's amazing to see how that camaraderie can start and they can just really enjoy using the library. We are primed to not only continue offering services that reflect our varied community, we are motivated to continue thinking outside the box to make sure that every resident not only feels welcome, but sees themselves represented within our services and library. I want to really invite all of you to come and visit the library. I recently ran across a quote from Albert Einstein, and you're going to be surprised. Where did I run across it? You might be familiar in our community of the painted rocks that the community does. And this one was left out on our timeline in front of the library. And what it says is, the only thing that you absolutely have to know is the location of the library. So once you figure out the location of the library, I want you to come, and library cards are probably the most important card in your wallet. So we look forward to seeing you and hopefully giving you this card so that you can start accessing all of the wonderful information and programming that we offer. So thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you so much, Rosie, for that presentation. And I owe you an apology for incorrectly advancing your slides there. You had so much good information. I was just getting ahead of you, and I apologize for that. But Rosie is such a professional that you would never even know it. I did want to mention, I believe it was Commissioner Pastorian. I think you asked a question about if we have any programs to provide tech support to our seniors. And that is one of the programs that in pre-COVID times the library has provided. Rosie, would you like to say just a word or two about that?
Well, we've had programs for every age group at the library, and we have a partnership with the Leo Club, which is with the Lions Club, and they offer free technical help to our seniors as well as all ages. And now they're doing it virtually for me, Erica, because we haven't been able to meet at the library. But when we were able to meet in the library, the story that you must know is that a gentleman had just purchased one of those ginormous TV sets. And so he brought the TV into the library. I'm not sure how he got it there. He had a hand truck and he brought it in, and he wanted the kids to get it set up for him. So when he went home, all he had to do was plug it in. And you know what? There was 2 or 3 kids that were so excited to be able to work on a brand new TV that they were able to do that. And he went away one happy senior.
Thank you, Rosie, for sharing that. Our next manager that I would like to introduce is Yvette Martinez, and she is rounding out our program today. Yvette can also speak to some of our teens teaching tech programs that she offers at the Senior Center. You'll notice Yvette's little column there on the org chart is deceptively small. When you hear everything she does with her team, you will be very surprised. So it's a real treat. Yvette handles our senior services as well as our inclusive services, and she has really just broadened the scope of what we're able to offer to our community so much. And she and her team have just created such creative and innovative programs. It seems like every month she comes up with something new. So with that, I will turn it over to Yvette.
Thank you, Erica, and good evening, Chairperson Baker and Commissioners. It's good to be here with you this evening. So our Human Services team serves our most vulnerable populations. We work directly with seniors, youth and families, and individuals with special needs. Our team is dedicated to ensuring access to programs and services that are important to the quality of life for everyone. So to start, can we have the next slide, please? Thank you. The Mary Phillips Senior Center is known as the place where friends meet. We are located in Old Town, right off of 6th Street and Mercedes. And currently, thanks to our partnership with Community Action, we are open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 as a warm center. And just to give you a little overview of what we offer at the Senior Center, the Senior Center provides robust programs and services ranging from nutrition and wellness to social and recreation activities. On any given day, you can stop by the Senior Center and join a morning class of yoga, play a game of cards, enjoy a watercolor class, or enjoy lunch with your friends. In addition to our social and recreation activities, we also recognize that seniors have unique needs. And so we provide services that are critical to their well-being, like access to transportation to and from the Senior Center and throughout town to meet their essential needs. And we do this via our 30-passenger ADA accessible human services shuttle, as shown on the slide here. We also provide free meals to seniors and have served over 41,000 meals since the beginning of the pandemic. We also provide free services like tax aid, energy assistance, home repair programs, computer assistance, health screenings, and various other supportive resources. One of the things that sets us apart is we are not your typical senior center. We are the hub to intergenerational activities. Not only do we provide activities that are specific to seniors, but we also see the benefits of fostering friendship and respect among younger and older generations. And so we offer unique intergenerational programs, like Erica mentioned, the Teen Tech Program, where our Temecula Youth Advisory Council provides tech support to our seniors. So how to navigate the internet, how to get their phone set up. And so that's all provided at the Senior Center by our Temecula teams. We also have an internship program that gives opportunities to teens, adults, and seniors of all abilities who work alongside each other in various capacities to promote inclusion. And one of the questions that came up were, do we work with the county? And yes, we do. We work very closely with the county. In fact, we worked recently with the County of Riverside on a youth community core program with Charles Walker, as well as the Community Action Partnership to provide temporary on-the-job training. And so that is something that we're always looking for those opportunities for individuals of all abilities and all ages. One of the other aspects that is unique about our senior center is we also maintain a beautiful community garden. And so the garden has 6 raised garden beds, fully wheelchair accessible. We harvest 3 crop seasons a year, all run by our staff, our seniors, volunteers, and members of our workforce horticulture program. And over the years, not only has the garden been used as an outdoor classroom for programs and gathering, but it's also served as a nutritional resource and has allowed us to feed our seniors and those in need during this pandemic. So we are very grateful for that. So again, this is just a little taste sampling of what we offer at the Senior Center, but we do welcome and encourage you to stop by anytime for a tour and to learn more. Next slide, please. So I want to first start by saying there is a lot to share on inclusion services, but in the interest of time, I'll just be sharing an overview. So again, our Human Services Division is dedicated to the inclusion of individuals of all races, abilities, and backgrounds. We pledge to ensure that everyone has equitable access to the benefits of parks and recreation. Just to give you a little background on how we started inclusion, in 2009, the Temecula City Council directed the Community Services Department to adopt the Youth Master Plan. So the Youth Master Plan focuses on serving youth and families with special needs. If you haven't already done so, I would encourage you to check it out. It is located on the city website, or I'd be happy to email you a copy. So the Youth Master Plan was a community-driven process that led to the formation of several of our programs, services, initiatives, and it's really been the framework to how we serve the community. And I would be remiss not to mention that retired council member Mike Nagar was truly our champion of the special needs community, and he spearheaded our efforts in Temecula and throughout the region. So special thank you to him. So again, it's been through the formation of the Autism Task Force to the Community Playbook to our resource guide that we've really been able to reach this community and really put Temecula on the map for inclusion. So going into our programs, we offer various specialized programs that are tailored to meet the unique needs of individuals with special needs. But we also welcome and ensure inclusion of recreation activities so that activities are accessible for all. And so inclusion, takes place when individuals of all abilities participate in an activity or program together. And so if a member of the community with special needs wants to participate in an activity, we have an approach that ensures inclusive environments and equitable opportunities when utilizing our facilities, programs, and services. And so participants can request reasonable accommodations in any of our activities, to which staff will then utilize adaptations and program accommodations to decrease barriers and increase accessibility. So a quick example of what that might be is we might have a person who requests a sign language interpreter, or maybe an audio visual support, or perhaps a one-on-one aid, also known as a buddy. And then staff also built in supports to create sensory-friendly and accessible environments. And while we encourage inclusion, we also recognize that there are benefits to specialized programs. So again, these programs are tailored to meet the unique needs of the individual. We want everyone to have the opportunity to be successful in an environment that supports them. So, for example, as you heard from Charles Walker last month regarding his workforce programs, we also work collaboratively with him to design programs that are specific to the individuals with special needs. And so we offer a program called the Horticulture and Viticulture Program that's designed to provide students with job and life skills that produce meaningful opportunities. So we have students who graduate this program and go out and get jobs in the wineries, or in the hospitality industry, or the business community, or even at the senior center or in our community garden. Whether it's a paid employment, volunteer, externship, or internship, this program produces meaningful opportunities for all. So again, the programs fully support the student. We offer smaller class sizes, one-on-one aids, learning tools. We conduct a needs assessment. We provide accessible transportation to and from the programs and throughout the sites at within the community. And we provide large print signage and other various environmental supports to support their needs. Some of the programs we offer can be seen in the images on this slide. And as you can see from all the smiling faces, our goal is to create a sense of belonging among everyone in the community, and that inclusion is seamless. So every summer we lead the summer food service program at Margarita Community Park, where staff prepares and serves free nutritious lunches to children 18 years and younger while school is out. This is a state and USDA funded program and is intended to serve children and families who typically receive free or reduced meals during the school year. Last summer, we doubled our numbers and we served over 3,300 meals during the pandemic. So we're very proud of that. We also offer various social and recreational programs for all ages, programs like our High Hopes program, our SKIP program supporting kids involving parents, and various other programs, some programs at the park, social play programs at the inclusive and accessible Eagle Soar Playground and Splash Pad. Another popular program is our Youth Advisory Council. This program is for Temecula high school students, where we offer opportunities for civic engagement, community involvement, leadership, job and college readiness skills. And they're also very involved in what we do in human services and inclusion. And I know that they are looking forward to any type of involvement they can have in the REDI Commission as well. And so this month, the YAC will be hosting their very first virtual self-care series with RUHS. That will be taking place the last 2 Wednesdays of this month, and all are welcome to attend. And so finally, in addition to our programs and services, accessible parks and facilities, it's been through the positive relationships that have been formed between the city and the community over the years that has really encouraged an attitude of inclusion that goes beyond any program. And so as we work continuously to improve our efforts, we do welcome your feedback to learn, grow, and reach more people. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yvette, for that presentation. As you can see, Yvette's divisions really do engage in a lot of programming that gets to the heart of what our department is about and also what our community needs. In conclusion, I'd just like to thank you for your time this evening. I know your commission meetings have been very long, and I know this was a long presentation, and we really do appreciate your time in getting to know us a little bit better. Most of us in community services are here out of a passion and a love for what we do. And we all came from sort of different backgrounds and different professional pathways. And one way or another, we all ended up here and decided to stay because we love what we do. The principles that are at the core of the REDI initiatives are not just add-ons for us. They're not just things that we kind of tack on to our existing programs. They're really at the core and the foundation of what it is that we do here in community services. So with that, I want to thank you again for your time, and we are available for any questions or comments you might have.
Well, I'm going to just jump right in because then I'm going to jump right out. Whew, you guys do a lot. Is there any way that we could have a list of these wonderful services so we can review them, because it was a lot to take in? I like have so many notes. My questions alone will take up about an hour, and I don't think we have enough time for that. But ultimately, I want to say, wow. Wow. Just wow. Fantastic. Wow. So I'll conclude because I have a lot of questions. And I know they're going to. And so in order for me to really effectively give you feedback, it was so much that we heard. If somehow we can have a list of the departments and what they do, so then we can step by step give you some feedback, that will be helpful to me. But my God, wow. Good job. Thank you for your heart for our community. Thank you for your heart for our residents. And you guys have some amazing, amazing things that you're doing. Shout out to Kevin for his awesome smile. You know, he's your fearless leader. And all of you seem to take his heart. I love your hair, Erica. Just so you know. And I'm going to turn it over to my fellow commissioners because I can say everything. And Bia, thank you for your kind heart. Your kind heart, it comes through. Again, I can go on and on, but I'm gonna go because I'm more the humanity. I feel the humanity for the people in your services. And I guess that's really the heart of what I wanted to say. So I'll turn it over to the commissioners. Who would like to start?
Thank you, Chair Baker. We will work with Randy to get you a packet of information that provides you with more detail in our department.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Who wants to go? Okay, Ivy, good. Ivy, go ahead.
I get to go first?
Yes.
I do want to feed off of what Chairwoman Baker was saying, is that it's a lot of information. I'm wondering if there's a way, if we can get a packet and submit some recommendations in writing, because I feel like there's a lot of things to touch upon that we don't have time for. Like you were saying, I probably have an hour of comments. So I just wanted to focus on, I think one of my larger questions is, I'm a garden person. I love community gardens. I love working in community gardens. And I was wondering if there was any plan beyond the Mary Phillips Senior Center to have any city-funded community gardens, or to begin integrating community gardens into some of the parks that we have, creating programs around that, outdoor classrooms, anything of that sort, because it's socially and, you know, very much environmentally beneficial, ways to bring the community together and to speak and create dialogues. So I'll bring it back to you.
Thank you, Commissioner Harris. We do get inquiries every now and again about expanding our community garden program, and it is something we would like to do. So probably the most immediate potential we have for that is as part of the renovation of the Margarita Community Center. We mentioned that in our presentation. It's the old YMCA building on Margarita Road next to Temecula Elementary School. We're also receiving some Prop 68 funding to kind of relocate the dog park that's there. So between the renovation of the building over the next year and the relocation of the dog park, we're looking at potentially being able to use some land there for maybe a community garden behind that facility.
Thank you.
I'm not sure which one of you all had your hand up first, so Commissioner Wilson.
So I just want to commend you guys. You guys have an awesome community service. I walk past Bursar every evening. I do my walk up there, and it's always full of soccer players, basketball. They're just having a great time. So you guys are doing really well with Bursar Park. I love that. I've had family in town, and we've taken advantage of the pool that you have over there at the recreation center. So I love that. Of course, my son, the Mary Phillips Senior Center, that's like my heart with Yvette Martinez. I love her dearly. You guys have like A+ rating on everything that you guys do. My question is, we have like 40 parks in the city of Temecula, but we only have 3 park rangers. Is that feasible, or do you guys are looking into grant to get more rangers to cover more area as we grow?
Let me
Kevin?
jump in here.
Okay.
I think Michael, when asked if funding was needed or if we're exploring funding, said we look, we search, and we welcome everything. So the answer is yes. You can ask any department, and staffing and resources will always come up. And we're flexible in how we try to cover our areas. And the guys will tell you that yes, we can always use more too, but we want to do it in a mindful and a very measured way too. And as we're starting to reopen so many activities as well too, we'll get a good feel for that. And then if there is a need, we will definitely communicate that as well. But I think right now that the team is doing an incredible job, and James shared that a little earlier too.
Sounds great. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Warta.
Thank you, Chair Baker. I don't even know where to begin. You all do such an amazing job. There's so many programs and services that you offer to our community. My family and I, we've taken advantage of the pool. My son just started Little League a few weeks ago. The library is amazing. I love going there with the kids. And I also just wanted to take the time right now to thank Community Services Manager Tracy Frick and Director Joel for coordinating the Temecula Valley Museum visit last Friday, I believe. We got to check out Through Darkness to Light exhibit. And I had seen it online, but seeing it in person was such a different experience. It was very moving, very powerful. You really got to see through those photographs what the fugitive slaves had to go through, all the terrain and the different areas to reach freedom. And of course, I'll never know what that feels like, but it was just such an impactful exhibit. And I know I was probably there over an hour with you, Tracy. We got to talk a lot. And those programs and those types of exhibits and events, this cultural arts, public art, all those services, all of that is so important to our community, and it's just to our initiative. So I really hope to see more of those types of exhibits, and maybe some more interactive exhibits and other type of those programs and art in the community as we move forward with our initiative. So we just wanted to thank you for that. And then thank you for the great presentation. I'm also happy to see that there's a REDI overlay document that will be incorporated to the community services master plan. I think that is awesome. I did have a question on the homeless. I know you contract with SWAG, and I think the cities typically do their point in time count at the beginning of the year. I could be wrong. So I just wanted to see if how effective SWAG has been, and the task force you've set up. Have you seen those numbers go down at all with the homeless population?
Mike?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Commissioner Huerta. So actually the point in time count was canceled this year. So all of the cities in the region actually received a waiver. So there was no point in time count. since swag has come back on mid-January, they have been successful with close to 10 individuals, getting them off the streets, whether into permanent housing or into treatment, transitional housing. So since they've come on, and I think today is actually exactly 2 months, to have almost 10 people, we're feeling really good about that.
Okay. Thank you for that information. I really appreciate it. And I just had another question for Yvette Martinez. She mentioned a virtual RUHS event later this month and just wanted to get that information.
Yes, thank you for your question, Commissioner Huerta. So our Youth Advisory Council will be hosting a 2-day event being held via Zoom on March 24th and the 31st between 5 and 6. And I can send that information over to Randy to get that to you. And basically, students will be leading various self-care activities to promote wellness. And this is all in collaboration through an initiative through RUHS. And so activities will include DIYs, journaling, yoga, arts and crafts, and things of that nature.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that information. And I know you had mentioned tours. If we want to check out the senior center, would we go through you, Director Joel, to coordinate that? That sounds great. And then just once again, thank you to Mr. Hawkins and all your team. It's so amazing. I am so proud to be part of the Temecula community. It's just, I can't wait till we can have live events and have some in-person programming. I think there's a lot more to come, and I just can't wait. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. If I can, I know, Madam Chair, there was a lot, and you referenced that too. And it was actually a scaled down version. And Randy's looking at me right now too. And thank God for our IT, because notwithstanding our technical issues, that's why we relied upon them for so much too. But you can tell with all the presentations that it comes from the heart. And there is just a passion. It's like this higher calling, and it has to be when the name of your department is community services, right? You can't fake it. And we've talked about this so many times. And one of the things though that we discovered that I wanted to share is, before COVID, you would talk about, hard skills and things like that in departments, and then the term, emotional intelligence came about, right? EQ. And that was always associated with community services, right? And it wasn't always applauded or recognized too, but what was needed and what was on display this past year was those EQ skills that are really kind of critical and a core component of everyone in our shop. You heard it from Erica to Gwen to Yvette, James, Tracy, Sharice, just everyone, Mike, that's been on the call. And so in those skills, it's like 5 categories, right? It's the self-awareness and that self-regulation and motivation and empathy, which was truly needed in these social skills where we're able to connect and the community is able to connect with us. And I submit, what makes Temecula a little different is that we actually have one more, and it's called a decency quota. And that the people and the professionals that you're hearing from are fundamentally decent human beings, and they care. And the topics that you're bringing up, we're not just nodding our heads, we live it and we breathe it, and we truly care about it. And so that's why we're so ready, right, for REDI, because, we've been waiting for this. We've been waiting for you. Hopefully you've been waiting for us. There is a lot to share, and we'll be sharing it. And I hear a lot, we got to put it out there because people don't know. But, the community that we all enjoy is because of this, because of the departments, because we've been standing in the gaps. And what we're all talking about is how can we enhance it and improve it and make it that much better. So I just wanted to comment on that. I know you're still going through with all the commissioners. Randy, I had to get it in. Madam Chair, thank you for accommodating me with some additional comments.
You're welcome. I love your heart. I love your heart for this work, because you're right. You know, we have to have the heart for what we do, and it is evident that you and your team have the heart for what you do, and that is very important to me, more so than anything, because I can give you a meal, but I can also cook you a meal with heart. There's a difference. You can feel the love in the meal, and I can feel the love in the programming. Commissioners, have any more questions? I mean, I have a ton. If you don't, I mean, I've written them down, but I thought I would give you a chance. Okay, Commissioner Steve, let's hear your questions, please.
Again, there's so many comments and praise for that department. Absolutely 100% outstanding. In regards to Jeff Lawrence's Around and About in Temecula, I think that's a great vehicle that REDI will be able to use to highlight all of the things that our city already puts money, resources, time towards. So maybe we can continue to explore that. One other thing that really jumped out at me, and I know they started the teen zone a few years ago, and I've followed that progress. Our teens need to be kept busy. We don't like idle teens. And I think it's great that our city recognizes that and provides those resources. And then our next segment was on our homeless outreach action team. So what I would love to see in the future is some kind of a synergy between a division of our police force that visits our teen zone. So that is going to really join them together and create a camaraderie. And it's what we need as a community, and it's what REDI is about. It's about people being in synergy. So I love the homeless outreach action team, and I would love something similar for our teens. So we're all on the same page, so they can communicate. So teens don't have to fear people of authority, and people of authority know that they can form really quality friendships with our teenagers and build those relationships until they grow up into young adults and are productive parts of our society. I think that's perfect for REDI and what we could do and what we can join together. And I just commend the city for everything they've done. Long list. I love the aquatics program. The library is absolutely outstanding. I've seen them doing their highlighted displays. I've been going there for years. Knowledge is definitely power. We need to keep our ears open. We need to keep reading, and we need to keep learning and teaching each other. So thank you.
Commissioner Pastorian.
Thank you. You know, again, same thing. We all have a big long list. There's not enough to be said about community service, but I will hit on a couple of key points. Absolutely, Director Hawkins, the task before you to manage and to direct and to be a part of a high performing team like that is incredible. And you have created a high performing team, and the city is definitely feels that in every aspect, from seniors to teens to toddlers. You know, everybody gets a piece of your high performing team, which is awesome. Specifically, I have to say, you know, the library. There's not enough to be said. It's funny because I think we all at some point in time have preconceived notions about what a library is. We think that it's outdated and it's an old way of accessing data, and because we have the internet and we have all these things. And the reality is that for this particular commission, the library provides access, and the library is a place where there are no barriers, and we can culturally celebrate everything. And it's just a phenomenal resource to us as a community. And I have to commend the city for being able to keep that current. They've kept the library current in terms of what is accessible to us and how they can continue to bring this diverse world to our fingertips and make it accessible to us. It's phenomenal, and it should not go unnoticed. You know, I will go and renew my library card as soon as we can, because I'm ready to go on a new tour. I'd actually love to be updated on some of those inclusive activities and cultural awareness pieces that the library does, so that we as a commission can be present and there. I think that's important for us to acknowledge and celebrate. So certainly as things start to get up and running and volunteers start coming back and such, that would be something I'd love to be able to see in terms of a calendar. Rosie, amazing job what you're doing as your face pops up on my screen. Amazing job. Really, I can't speak enough about it. Literacy bridges gaps. And the more that we can focus on that, we start to get rid of those barriers that do exist, because we provide that resource and that accessibility to knowledge. And I think that's important. So there's not enough to be said there about the library. Thank you so much for what you do. Really. And I really want to reach out and commend Mike on the homeless outreach stuff. That's an area of diversity nobody wants to talk about. And it takes a different kind of person, certainly driven by the heart. And so what you have done and the progress that you're making, again, should be commended. We appreciate it as a community. I want to know where to volunteer for that. And truly, because it is something that I think, again, much like the library, preconceived notions and judgments come along with certain things. And that's not, no one person's story is the same. And so learning more and being able to participate in making our city better, again, whatever we can do. So whatever information that you have to be able to provide perhaps to Randy for us, please do. Because I think it's something that involvement and participation and being an active citizen is something that we all need to do and start carrying. But what you're doing is amazing and should be commended. It takes a special person. So thank you so much. And Yvette, I want to also say on your senior center, the intergenerational piece that you have in the program going there, I love that. I love that so much, because we learn through peers, and peers don't have a age on it. They don't have a race on it. They don't have anything. Those friendships can occur, and what we can bring when you start to partner the generations and create that, you start to really have our seniors go back and feel alive and feel viable and really experience the world, in a new way. And so what you're doing there with that program is really quite neat. I did have a question, and we talked earlier about transitions, and I think Commissioner Faulkner brought it up in terms of transitions in the workforce. But I'm curious if we are providing, or as a senior center, if you have transitional resources for life in the senior center, and how that is actually, I would assume, we have resources for health, and you did mention those things, but I'm just curious if, sometimes getting old isn't easy. And so those types of transitions and helping in terms of resources, are those available for our seniors?
That's a great question. Thank you, Commissioner Pastorian. Yes, we do. Absolutely. We work very closely with public and private sector organizations that specifically serve our seniors through, all stages of life. And so we do provide supportive groups at the senior center, support groups. We also provide what's called senior talks. And so monthly, we will have different service providers come out and provide free info sessions to our seniors on that, and kind of take them through, walk them through, and navigate how, the end of life stage would be. We also have support groups for people who do lose their loved ones, bereavement groups, and things of that nature. So yes, we do, but we also welcome your feedback and any other ideas that you have for us to expand. We're also open to that.
That's awesome, and I'm glad that I asked the question to get the information, because again, the more we know and the more public we can make that information, this is another resource in terms of making information accessible to people. are, you know, again, dealing with seniors, sometimes there's different things can affect a senior in terms of their mental health and where their stages are in terms of like Alzheimer's and different things. And we find short-term memory, long-term memory, and all that kind of stuff starts to come into play. Have you thought, or do you do cultural celebrations at the senior center where you bring an aspect of maybe something we might see in the cultural arts side of the house to the seniors at the senior center, rather than have them go? Is there, or is there a crossover where that's being offered? Or I'm just curious if that's something that happens.
Yes, we work collaboratively with the community theater as well as arts and culture, and we provided a few different celebrations at the senior center. We have Sing for Our Seniors and various other types of events, but again, we can definitely expand that area.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. The last thing I wanted to say, if you can get the information on the Youth Advisory Council, I know you mentioned there's some things coming up with that. I'd love to have that information to see if that's something that we could attend or be present at. If you can get that to Randy as well and send out to us, that would be awesome.
Absolutely. I'll make sure to get that information to you.
Thank you so much, all of you.
Commissioner Faulkner.
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. You guys stole all the thunder, man. Golly. Well, let's start with Temecula, a city where no one is left behind. Kevin, you and your team you guys are doing an amazing job. I mean, I already knew it. I can tell you right now, I'm a boots on the ground, hands-on type of guy. So this past weekend, I spent a lot of time around the city, put my hands on some of your some of your projects and some of your products. To start with, I went to the museum, had a great conversation, looked at the exhibit. Yeah, I didn't know I'm sorry, but I didn't know the museum was right there, but I don't know. So I took it upon myself to go over and actually spend time on the first floor learning the Temecula history, and then went up top and saw the exhibit, and it was powerful. Tracy, we had a great conversation, and that was very impactful. We talked about REDI and how the museum and what you guys are doing to bridge that, and has bridged it. I mean, everything you guys talked about was very inclusive. How you look to make sure that the city brings options and opportunities that affect everyone. So I want to let you know that I had a chance to spend a time at the mural. Went over to the mural, spent some time there, took a picture. It's great. It's great that the high school students took the time to take that up and actually do that. It was done brilliantly. It was in a great space, and it was visible. It was accessible. So thank you for doing that. And I had a great time going over checking that out. This past weekend, I went to the duck pond and saw the flags for Temecula Cares and the Remembrance of Life, and took some great pictures. And that was a somber moment, just sitting there looking at those flags and knowing that someone left here without having their family around them to support them because of COVID. And I want to thank you guys for having that foresight to do something like that, to bring attention to it, because it needs to be brought attention to. It was a great opportunity, and I think you guys seized the moment, and I think it was great as well. Question I had, in regards to your classes that you do at the rec center in Ronald Reagan Park, and some of the other classes you do you guys do annual surveys to make sure you're in tune with what the city and the citizens want, and how do you collect that data, and how do you refocus your programs and make sure you're meeting the needs? Because we have different demographics moving in, moving out, and I'm sure some of those things kind of change based on that need. How do you do that, and what is your process, and how do you decide what classes, what are some of the things you're going to be doing to connect with the citizens of Temecula?
That was one of my questions too. So I was going to ask questions like that, and I didn't know if it was going to, do you need, if we ask you questions like that, will you need more time to answer them?
We can provide general responses, and if
Okay.
there's something that's required in more detail, you know, and the great thing about being director is this is when I say, Erica, give them a brief update and play your best Tracy Masters role, and then we'll provide additional information because we do talk about these things.
Right. So that's great. I want to say, and to my fellow commissioners, what I would like to say, you know, a lot of the information they pass is on. We need to get used to using the website. So I just put that out there for you. A lot of things that they already briefed, you know, I've had a chance to go to the website and actually look at. So a lot of these things that they're talking about are actually on the website. So I think we need to get used to doing that as well. So going there and looking up some of that stuff because they got so many programs. I mean, they would have to bring a couple of binders with them to lay them all out for us. So I was walking the other day, and I want to bring up the fact that Stephen Lennon Jr. Memorial Park, that park was dead before. You guys have lit that park up. I was walking the circle the other day. Normally, when I walk the Red Hawk Circle, there was no one in that park before. I'm talking about before you guys did the renovations and everything. Now I walk by there the other day, that park is full. There are people parking on the main street. You guys have injected some life into these parks that is making a huge impact. And I just want to commend you for what you've done and the foresight and how you laid out that process and that plan, because I can tell you what I see in these parks when I do my walks is totally different from what I saw before when the parks were a little bit more outdated with some of the things that the kids. And I see, and when I'm walking around looking at these things, I'm trying to look at it from the lens of the demographics we have here. When I'm looking at it, is it ADA compliant? Does it meet the needs of our people who need a little bit more access? With a diverse group of people coming into this space and love it, is there anything that's distracting that won't make them feel included and won't make them feel like they belong in the area? And what I'm seeing is you guys have already thought a lot of this stuff out, and I just can't find anything. Amen. And if citizens start calling you talking about there's a big, tall 6'2" guy trying to go down the slide, it's just me. I mean, so don't worry about it. I'm just trying things out.
Actually, or me.
Hey, another thing we're talking about inclusion, the dog parks. I didn't see a lot about dog parks in your presentation. So we have the number of dog parks. Do you guys manage them? Do the homeowners associations manages them? So I'm trying to figure out how many dog parks you have and how do you let citizens know about that, because that is a big part of their families as well. That is another thing about being inclusive when you're talking about people with dogs. And I know there's the legality of it if dogs bite someone or injure another dog. I'm just trying to see how you as the CSD mitigate that.
Commissioner, I'll just jump in here. There are a couple of things. I believe in Mike's presentation when he was talking about administrative services, he talked about upcoming funding, and we did reference a dog park, 2 dog parks currently, Red Hawk and one over at Margarita, Mike McGar Park, with plans to actually upgrade the Margarita or Mike McGar Park dog park, possibly relocating it to near the pickleball courts, and actually similar to your reference to our playgrounds and kind of infusing life and enhancing them.
Yeah.
We want a state-of-the-art dog park, right? They're members of our family, and we're looking to do that. So the plans are there. We talked about the upcoming community center and plans like that. So that's in the works, and we'll share that. Going back, and I was going to have Erica jump in. We do surveys. We do engage our patrons with various tools, as well as our instructors, just to ensure that we're providing what residents and what our patrons want to see. You also referenced our playgrounds once again, and you're thanking us, but we're thanking all of you, because in large part, those projects are funded through Measure S, and the foresight comes from our city council and some of the subcommittees who were responsible for that. And to be quite honest, just good city management. We have an excellent city manager, I'm biased, but you're seeing it play out in how the city is operating and the excellence, or what we call humble excellence, of all the departments. So, you just going back to your time over at the duck pond, and yes, a very somber reminder of the loss. But that's something, with Temecula Cares that, our mayor wanted to support and do, as well as the full council. But you were also over there where you saw our letters home, kind of monument, as well as our fallen heroes. I thought Tracy Frick was going to jump in to not only talk about the museum, but our projects and just in terms of working with our veterans. And so again, we just have so much, and I know we have a lot to get to. Bea could have jumped in when we talked about, Commissioner, when, are we doing marrying cultural arts in our seniors? Bea has actually had her kids go over and perform. She's done singing and dancing and suggested some of the programs. And we meet you where you're at, and and everyone is doing it. So I wanted to just kind of check some of those things off quickly.
I appreciate it. Hey, thanks a lot. I just want to say, hey, man, you guys are killing it, and thanks a lot. I look forward to working with you. Thank you.
So one of the questions I will ask is, how do we offer a portion or free classes or free opportunities for our disenfranchised families to participate in the arts and take in the arts and some of the programming that are fee-based?
You're up.
Yes. Yes. Starting with Arts Connection, that's free field trips for TVUSD students. We have expanded it also to the charter schools. So that's where the teachers bring the students at no cost whatsoever. So we do that multiple times a year. It's, of course, we can't bring every class, but the savvy teachers that get on board with that have brought students that we've seen there since we opened that have now graduated high school that have come every year. So there are certain opportunities that are free. In addition to that, we have the free master dance classes. So anyone from the community can take a class when we have our dance companies in residence. And of course, the new student-led arts education program that's in its third session that just completed. That is completely free, doesn't cost a cent. It's open, inclusive, accessible, and that's our arts equity commitment to the community. So those are just 3 examples, but there are times when a theater performance does not fill up. When there are some available seats in the balcony, or if a person that cannot attend and will leave tickets at the ticket office. For example, if they said, I bought 5 tickets, but only 2 people were here, give these 3 tickets to the next person that shows up. So a starving student comes up to the window and we hand them a complimentary ticket, courtesy of the philanthropist that just passed by. So there are plenty of opportunities to give back, to pay it forward, and we're committed to providing the arts and making them accessible for everyone that wants them. So those are just some of the examples that we try to give back to the community.
And so how would the community know that those opportunities are available to them? What method do we?
All of those that I talked about are promoted and heavily, on social media. When there's free tickets available, we're making outreach to teachers, to music schools, to those students that are going to be at. We had a anytime call me list of volunteers, for example, that whenever there's a seat, call me and we'll be there. So there are opportunities to be on the, philanthropy list if needed at the theater, at the museums, because there are people that want to provide that opportunity to others. So when we have that, it's, not something that's advertised. It's just, if you're lucky and you show up when there are tickets available, you might be able to get a free or a reduced price, because we are making tickets available to students, seniors, military at reduced prices, even as low as $5. So if it's not completely free, there are opportunities for a reduced fee.
And how do we, in terms of the surveys that you provide to the community for the classes that you present, how do we access those? How often do you send those surveys out to determine which classes will be available or that you decide to offer?
For the theater or for the contract classes?
For the contract classes, but also the opportunities for, because I was asking more about the families, because like you said, there's only so many schools that can participate or teachers that get access, or the savvy teachers as you call them. So I was really asking about the families. So, you know, if a family wanted to get involved with the arts or take their children to see a performance, but they couldn't afford to, do we offer anything like that?
So in the classical and cabaret series, for example, we would create family packs where normally one ticket for an adult is $30. Well, for that $30, we were allowing 2 students to come for free. So really everyone's ticket is $10. So you're still paying something, but it's making it more accessible. So those are certain ways. Occasionally, we're able to make tickets available as prizes or giveaways, but that's on a rare occasion when we can make them available. But mostly, we're reducing the prices.
And Bea, if I can jump in and share, you know, we referenced that we did kind of a REDI overlay, and then we kind of went through each of our respective shops. And, but it's just kind of a precursor to, if this commission is identifying areas where we can expand our reach and the focus and reach those who may be in need that maybe we think we're reaching, but we can do a better job, then we want to hear from you. So I like your line of questioning. And so we're doing something, but the point of all of this is, can we do more? And if as a body, you're possibly helping us to identify that, yeah, we're doing this, but maybe we should dig a little deeper. And if it's an outcome of one of your recommendations, we'll definitely present that and pursue it. So I didn't want to get stuck on that, but so I think I understand your line of questioning. We do something, but if there's an opportunity to do more in any of our shops, we're open to it.
Well, that was a lot. That was the point of my question. Like I was going to ask, do you offer scholarships for sports? And if so, how do you participate in them? So that's why I said I had a long list of questions. It's pretty much access. If we're saying inclusion, these are access questions. And how are we including the disenfranchised population of our community? So that is kind of like a broad stroke through that I would have throughout all of my questioning, because that's really where my heart is. And I also wanted to give a shout out to Yvette. Thank you for partnering with Community Action. You know, I'm the chair of Community Action. I've been a commissioner with them since 2012. So we appreciate your warm and cool and warm centers here for us. And we also appreciate the program that you partner with us on for the youth jobs for this winter. So we appreciate also partnerships, and to know SWAG is also one of our partners. So we're glad to see that they're back in Temecula. So that also is something that interests me, is how much are we partnering with other organizations to provide services to avoid overlap and to give other organizations an opportunity to serve here in the community as well, and to maybe partner with the city. So those are some of the things that, you know, that interest me, because we have, I don't know if you know this about me, but I'm a former foster youth. And the reason why these things interest me so much is when I was in need and I was in foster care, a lot of the service providers were segmented. I couldn't receive the services I need because you had to go here, you had to go here, you had to go here, you had to go there. And so the more we can come together as a community and provide those gap services, where if I came to the museum, for example, not really, but just giving an example, and there was opportunities for me to now gain access from the arts as a disenfranchised person, or to find my way where I normally wouldn't go. This is why I'm asking these questions, because sometimes we don't think about people that cannot, or they don't have these opportunities or don't know that they exist. And so I'm all about making sure that service providers come together, we're not duplicating services, and that things are accessible for those that would normally have it. Because if it wasn't for someone intervening in my life, I wouldn't be here. And she was the one that began to take me to, my first teacher, Mr. Olivet, took me to a play, an Ivan Ailey play, and it changed my life. So that's why I'm
Oh,
asking these questions.
okay. Okay. Revelations changed my life.
Yes.
I completely relate. And I'm glad you brought that up, because we do provide on our anytime call us list to Rancho Damascetas when they were active, and to Oak Grove. So those are two of our groups that we reach out to provide free opportunities when that arises.
Yes.
And if I can, Gwen, please jump in, because I want to address the scholarship and kind of our outreach too. And we've been active in that. Here's a case where it's probably not well known. So Gwen, can you kind of share?
Absolutely. So probably about 4 years ago, we approached First Five with Riverside County and asked them if they would come on and partner with us to provide scholarships for swim lessons for youth 5 and under for low-income families. And they said they hadn't really thought about that, but we sat down with Chuck Washington and his office, and they said, absolutely, we'd love to come on board and do that with you. And so that became a partnership. And by 2018, beginning of 2019, it actually became a program that was rolled out to all of Riverside County as a scholarship opportunity. So they took our model that we set up and developed with them, and then rolled it out to all of Riverside County to offer free swim lessons for low-income youth 5 and under. We're still looking for someone that wants to partnership with us to do 6 and above. My ultimate goal, I'll be really honest with you, is to have free swimming lessons through the school district through 2nd and 3rd grades, to where everyone that attends a TVUSD school has swim lessons and survival swim, so that they ever were in water, they were able to swim, get to the side, get themselves out, and be able to survive. Drowning is the first cause of death, unintentional cause of death for 4 and under, and the second leading cause of death for 14 and under. So it's a huge passion of mine, and I am committed to getting that over the line at some point, for sure, as well as other scholarship opportunities just in general with classes and different things. There's another city that I would love to show you, and that we could maybe possibly model with them. Poway has a great scholarship opportunity where children that are low income or special needs children and adults can get up to credits, so many dollars worth of credits towards programs per quarter, and can participate in whatever program they want to that the city offers. And I would love to be able to do something like that as well. I've been asking for that for like 10 years. So it's on my bucket list for sure.
Thank you. Commissioner Wartha?
Yes, thank you, Chair Baker. And I think, and I don't know if the scholarship conversation needs to be a separate conversation, but I think some of my concerns are probably the same as yours, Chair Baker. Just wanting more information on how the community knows of these availabilities, of these scholarship availabilities. If it's just online, you're excluding the individuals that maybe don't have access to a computer, don't know how to access them online. If they're just like in English, you're excluding another group. So there's like various factors. So I think, yeah, we just want to, well, me as a commissioner, I know the other commissioners as well, we just want to make sure that when you do have these scholarship opportunities, that number one, as many people know about it, or everybody if possible, just to make sure that we're not excluding anybody. Otherwise it defeats the purpose of the scholarship opportunities.
If I get to, and that's a point well made and well taken, and scholarships are an extension. And one thing that I hope it isn't lost in Temecula, we offer these excellent programs and activities or whatnot, but they're very affordable, and at most times free to very low cost, very much under the norm. And so I think our first priority is always making them affordable to residents. And if there are opportunities where for various factors that they aren't as affordable, then that's the discussion that we're getting into. How can we provide those resources in order to extend our reach? But you know, I do want to share, and I think we take a lot of pride, and it's been proven that the programs here are affordable. And overall, they're serving a lot of our community. And when they're not, that's where we want to target and focus, and how can we bridge that gap? And we're committed to doing that too. So thank you all for bringing that up and being our champions.
We're ready.
In order to address it.
No, I appreciate that. And I bring it up because I was recently, I listened in on a webinar last week, and the city of San Jose was presenting, and that topic came up, scholarships. And some of the issues they came across, aside from the language and online services, was they found that they were asking for resident proof of residency, but some of the part of the community was thinking that they were asking for a different type of identification. So then they did not apply for the scholarships. So just to keep those things in mind. And I didn't think about it until I listened to that session, like, wow, you know, I didn't think about that. So it's just like a lot of different factors that come into play that we might not be thinking about. So just to be aware of those.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Harris.
Hi, I think that I wanted to expand upon like the direction that the commission was going in discussing these programs. I'm sure that we've or that it's been touched upon different programs that would address perhaps with teens, job retention, college preparation, how to apply to scholarships, not just through the city, but just in general, paying off student loans, what to do, you know, basically living outside of high school, and also addressing and being able to target specific communities. So, or at need communities. And I'm thinking more of, sorry, I'm looking at my notes because this is something that's quite important to me and that touches upon a lot of what I think individuals who grew up in Temecula also addressed, with issues of just, there are all of these resources, but actually being or having them be accessible to you. And once you get outside of high school and you start looking beyond college, just getting your first job, your first serious job, paying your taxes, things like that. Are there programs, I don't know if it's through the library or through Teen Zone, that would provide some of these just life skills?
Yes, and I'm trying to figure out if I would like Yvette or Erica to answer this, because Charles Walker made a presentation to the city manager's office, and he has a program that basically has life skills that touch upon all the topics from finances, you know, balancing your checkbook, and that's been very popular. I know that through some of our partnerships with some of our youth and teen activities, that's carried over. You want to expound upon that a little bit?
No, just to add on to what you said, I would say we have 3 major touch points in the city in terms of the services provided where we really contact youth in a sort of a very meaningful way. One is Charles' programs that you heard about last week. Another is what Yvette provides through the Youth Advisory Council and other youth-oriented programming. And then the third touch point, main touch point, I would say, for this type of programming is through our Teen Zone at the CRC, or the Community Recreation Center. So we do focus a lot on during normal, I would say pre-COVID times, we've offered, you know, test prep, you know, college applications, all kinds of financial literacy type resources. Also through the library, obviously a lot of resources available there as well. But as Kevin has said before, we're always open to hearing how we could do better and having more suggestions as to how we could expand that programming.
Thank you.
Well, I know we can have questions for all night because you guys do so much, like I said. So thank you all for your heart Thank you for your service. And thank you for being ready. Thank you for being ready for the REDI Commission.
Amen.
And I'm getting sleepy now, so my energy is going on. You know, it's getting close to my bedtime. So don't take anything about my energy. It's just getting just older, you know. So you all have a wonderful evening, and thank you so very much for what you do for our residents.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, last but not least, community services. Well, are we done? What did we do? I did it. They are community services. I told you I'm getting sleepy. This is a lot for me. This is my brain is going down. I don't do business after 8 because I be like loopy, you know.
So
we're
way past 8 o'clock.
I know. So we at public comments now, Randy? Am I on the right part of it? Erica, Randy, Erica. I'm at public comments now, right? Do we have any public comments?
We do have one.
Okay.
Go ahead and read the rules first. A total of 30 minutes is provided for members of the public to address the Race, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Commission on items that appear on the consent calendar or a matter not listed on the agenda. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. For all business items on the agenda, each speaker is limited to 5 minutes. For this meeting, public comments may be submitted and read into the record pursuant to the important notice provided at the top of the agenda. So the one comment we have is from Cicely Nelson. She says, "Good evening, commissioners. I'm here today in recognition of March as National Kidney Awareness Month, and today, March 11th, as World Kidney Day. I'm hoping to draw attention to chronic kidney disease, a disease currently affecting 37 million American adults, with millions more at increased risk. High-risk groups include those with diabetes, high blood pressure, and family history of kidney failure. African Americans, Latinos, Pacific Islanders, American Indians, and seniors are at particular increased risk. However, early detection can help prevent the progression of CKD to kidney failure. As a Temecula homeowner and resident of the region, as well as one who just started dialysis last month as a result of CKD, my hope is to encourage people to do 2 things. 1, get to know your numbers and your personal risk, and 2, consider living organ donation. There are 100,000 people, myself included, waiting for a kidney transplant, a recipient's best chance at improved and prolonged life. Please visit the National Kidney Foundation at kidney.org for more information. And if any fellow residents and colleagues would like to consider helping me directly, please take the compatibility assessment at health.ucsd.edu. In any case, please stay aware, keep well, and know that I and we as kidney warriors thank you. And that's the last public comment.
Okay, thank you so much. So we'll move to the consent calendar now. Do I need to read this, Randy?
You do, Chair Baker.
Oh, Father of grace. Okay. All matters listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will all be enacted by a roll call vote. There will also be no discussion on these items unless members of the Race, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Commission request specific items to be removed from consent calendar for separate action. So we'll start with our first consent item to approve the minutes from February 11th. May I have a motion to approve?
So move.
May I have a second? Oh, you have to, then you're gonna do roll call, right? Because we're on the Zoom, right? Erica?
Yes, was it Wilson that made the motion and Pastorian second? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so roll call vote. Chair Baker?
Aye.
Commissioner Faulkner?
Aye.
Commissioner Harris?
Aye.
Vice Chair Huerta? Aye. Commissioner Pastorian?
Aye.
Commissioner Steed?
Aye.
And Commissioner Wilson?
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I need a little coffee. Okay, on to this is new business, right? Okay. To receive and file the budget engagement session.
Hi there, good evening.
Good evening.
There's nothing more riveting and exciting than a budget presentation at 9:19 at night. So hopefully this will wake you up. Okay, I'm sharing. Let's see. Are you seeing my presentation?
Not yet. We
Not
see
yet.
we see your name, but that's it. Oh, I see your
Yeah,
name.
it's, hold on, my screen is frozen. 1 second here. Everything is frozen. 1 second. Let's try.
There we go.
There we go.
Oh, looks like we, Chair Baker, we look.
We lose her. Oh, there she is.
Oh, there you are. Okay, got you back. Let me try this again. I apologize. It's looks like that's working now.
See it, yes.
Okay, are you seeing that?
Yes.
Okay, let's get started. Okay, so this is called our budget engagement session, and this is something that we've added to the budget process so that we can meet early on in the process with each of the boards and commissions this year. And what we're doing is doing a very brief presentation to kind of get you all familiar with the budget process, certain key budget policies that impact how we build the budget recommendations. I'll touch on some highlights from our annual operating budget, as well as our capital improvement budget. And then we'll open up the discussions for those questions that we provided ahead of schedule. And then that feedback that you provide will be incorporated into the budget documents and provided to the council through the process. So starting very quickly with the budget process, in January of each year, that is when we review the current year's budget. And then we update our next 5 years of financial projections for the general fund, the TCSD fund, and Measure S. And then in February, we bring the council what we call our mid-year budget update. And that's to incorporate any changes to the current budget, which, you know, for instance, this year dealing with the COVID and the impact on the economy, we had to make a number of changes to our revenue projections, and particularly within TCSD, because of the prolonged closures, things like that, we had to change our budget adjustment or our budget assumptions in there. So we bring forward our operating budget, and then we also in February kick off the next year's budget cycle and the capital improvement program. And then this year, both in February and March, we've held these budget engagement sessions with the boards and commissions, and we're receiving valuable feedback from each of the board members and commission members that we'll incorporate into the proposed budget. So during March and April, that's when staff works to develop their budget requests. Those are presented to the city manager and assistant city manager for recommendation. And those recommendations are presented to council in the form of a proposed budget and capital improvement program. And then in May, we present the proposed budget and capital improvement program to the council during a daytime workshop. This is this year it's on a Tuesday. It's from 8 in the morning till about noon. So it is open to the public to come in, although this year will probably be via Zoom. But it is a regular council meeting. It's just held during the daytime. And we present the recommended operating budget and recommended capital improvement program projects. And then council will have a discussion, and any changes that they come up with would be incorporated into what's called the final budget. And that's presented to the city council in the first meeting in June. And then throughout the throughout the year, finance staff does ongoing analysis, comparing the budget to the actual revenues and expenditures that come in. And then we can update the council on the progress of our budget and then make any adjustments that might be needed at that time. There are several tools that are utilized to help develop the budget recommendations. The first one is a community satisfaction survey. And this is a survey that is conducted of the entire community. The city manager's office is in the process of creating one right now. And then they work with a survey company to send out the surveys to the community members. And then we get very valuable feedback to let us know what the community's priorities are. And that'll help know where to appropriate certain funds and what projects to recommend. And then this year we're getting all the boards and commissions feedback. So far it's been, they've been very, very helpful in providing us feedback. And I look forward to hearing from each of you all tonight at the end of this presentation. The items that are carried over from the prior year, so if we start a project or a program that isn't quite finished when we end the fiscal year, that funding is reprioritized into the new fiscal year so that we can complete those projects. And then we have several master plans throughout the city. Different departments, different functions have master plans. One you might be familiar with is the Community Services Master Plan. Since they just did their presentation, we have Parks Master Plan, we have Trails and Bicycles, we have the Quality of Life Master Plan. So we have many plans that also influence what goes into the budget recommendations. And then finally, City Council policies, which we'll touch on in a few moments. The key deliverables during the budget process is during the March and April timeframe. In fact, we will be starting to put this together next week, is when departments provide their request. We put that into a consolidated document called the preliminary budget. That's really an internal document used to review the budget requests. And then once the city managers review those requests, makes his recommendations, that again becomes the proposed budget. And the comments that we're receiving from these budget sessions will be incorporated into the proposed budget. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the council adopts the budget the first meeting in June. And unlike most private sector companies or other companies, the budget in governmental, the government setting is actually a required step in the process. It needs to be adopted before we can legally spend any taxpayer dollars. So it's not only a guiding plan or a proposal of what the city plans to do for the coming year. It's actually a legal document as well. So some of the policies that influence the budget are, we have in the general fund, which is the city's primary operating fund. It's non-restricted, so general fund dollars can be spent on pretty much anything that serves a public purpose. So if there is available general fund balance at the end of a fiscal year, those items have been prioritized based on this budget policy that the council has adopted. And the first priority is to spend these surplus funds on public safety equipment or non-recurring programs. This is considered one-time money, so we only spend one-time money on one-time purchases as opposed to bringing on staffing or incurring ongoing costs. So the money is appropriated to public safety first, asset management reserves. Those are funds to replace or repair city's assets, such as its facilities, fleet, technology, things like that. Capital improvement projects. And then fourth is the reduction of unfunded liabilities that relate to the city pensions or other post-employment benefits. And finally, the reduction or avoidance of city debt. So another very key budget policy that the council put into place several years back after the Measure S, which is a 1-cent sales tax that was approved by the voters in 2016. And then it became effective in April of 2017. And to keep the spending of these new funds in line with the ballot language that the voters approved, the council has adopted these appropriation guidelines where the first priority would be to enhance public safety. Second is asset management. And then third is to spend money on capital improvement projects. And then fourth, a large portion goes to general services or community services. And as you can see on the pie chart on the right, for this current fiscal year, we're spending just under $37 million. And half of that's going towards capital projects, and about a quarter of it's going towards community services. And then public safety is taking up about 17% or 6.1 million. And then as time goes by and the cost of public safety and the cost of general services increases, a higher proportionate share of Measure S will go towards those programs, leaving fewer dollars available for capital projects. So some budget highlights in looking at the general fund. Again, this is the primary operating fund of the city for fiscal year 2021, which is the year we're in currently. We anticipate bringing in a little over $79.5 million in revenue. And as you can see on the chart, the black line represents the revenues, and then the blue bar represents expenditures. And the good news here is that for the next 5 years, we're anticipating revenues to exceed expenditures, which means that we are fiscally balanced within the general fund, not only this year, but in the coming 5 years, which is pretty remarkable given the economic times that we're in with the pandemic and all of that. We've actually fared the economic storm pretty well. On the expenditure side of the general fund, we're expecting to spend $79.3 million this year. Again, the vast majority of our budget is allocated to public safety, with 45% to police and 13% to fire. And then this slide summarizes the fund balance. So this is the remaining funds within the general fund. After you bring in all the revenue and pay out all the expenditures, whatever money is left over is known as fund balance. And we're expecting to have a fund balance just under $28 million this year. Of that 28 million, there's about 19 million that's set aside as reserves. And these are reserves for economic uncertainty, natural disasters, loss of revenue. If we weren't able to balance the budget, we can dip into our reserves to help balance the budget for a certain amount of time. And that originally, when we put together the budget this time last year, with the onset of COVID, it was really unknown what our revenue picture was going to be like. So for the first time really in the city's history, we had projected that we were going to need to dip into reserves to balance the general fund. But as the results came in and we saw that revenues weren't as negatively impacted as originally thought, we updated our projections, and now it appears that we will not need to utilize reserves and that we will be able to fully fund our reserves for the next 5 years. The other part of the budget process is adopting a capital improvement program. And a capital project is one that restores infrastructure. It's utilized to build new parks, new facilities. There's a couple of affordable housing projects I'll touch on in a few moments. For a city our size, we have a very robust, very healthy capital improvement program. Our capital improvement program is a 5-year planning horizon. So we have over 84 projects identified, total cost of just under $624 million. But what's most remarkable about that is of that $624 million, $514 million is already funded. So we have those funds in hand. They've been programmed to complete these projects within a reasonable time period. The projects within the capital improvement program are categorized. The first category is circulation projects, where we have 25. These are typically the big road projects throughout town. The largest one by far is the French Valley Parkway, Phase 2. That's going to help alleviate a lot of the traffic on I-15. The city was successful in receiving a $50 million grant from the federal government last year to help finalize the funding in that project so that we can move forward with that. I won't go through all of these, but just a couple of highlights. Every year we budget quite a few millions of dollars in our pavement rehab projects. That's to keep our road network up to, well maintained. We repave roads. We try to keep the circulation going within the city and alleviate some of the traffic problems. And then the I-15 congestion relief, that's a widening of I-15 between Temecula Parkway and Rancho Cal along both sides of the freeway there. So that project's coming soon. Next category we have is infrastructure projects. So this can include remodels of facilities, bike and ped trails, things like that. The biggest one in this category is the Margarita Rec Center. And I know Kevin's team just highlighted that in their presentation. So that'll be a great addition to our Parks and Rec division. And then we also have Parks and Rec projects. We have 16, just under $26 million programmed for there. You can see some of the projects that are listed here. The ongoing one, and I know you also mentioned the Stephen Lennon Park remodel, but they update and enhance between 3 to 5 playgrounds per year, utilizing these dollars. So this is always a good category to look at. And then finally, we have affordable housing projects. We have 2 of them that are programmed. One is in the Uptown Temecula area, and then the other one is over near Pujol and Main Street. And both of these projects are funded and should be starting fairly soon. So with that, that's a brief discussion, a brief highlight of our budget. And the discussion questions that we've been asking each of the board members and commission members are listed here. And what we'd like to do at this time, if we can, is to obtain your feedback on how you feel the city is doing with their investment of financial resources and whether you feel that they're in line with the community's priorities. So before I stop sharing my screen, are there any questions on the presentation itself at this point in time?
Jennifer, can you leave those questions up while we go through it so I can? Yeah.
Certainly.
Or can we put them on the put us on the slide on the thing with them so the commissioners can have their questions? And
I'm not sure technologically how to do that because I would have to stop sharing my screen. And I don't know if I can do like a half screen.
Or you can put the questions in the chat. So then the questions are in the chat.
Does the chat work? I can try that.
If you would like to see a larger version of the slide on your screen, you can hit the view button on the upper right-hand corner of your screen, and that will put you all in smaller thumbnail sizes on the right and the screen in the middle. There you go.
That's good.
So do you want me to leave the presentation showing?
But for the sake of the television, then how do you want that to be? Because that's our view, but it will have to be the view of the person controlling to put it in that view. But it's okay, however you all want to do it.
I can also repeat the questions if you'd like. You just let me know.
Right now, what I'm viewing is I see the slide presentation. I see all of us on the screen together.
And the community sees just you or I, whoever talks is highlighted. So they will have to change that on their end. They don't see what we see.
Actually, Chris will make sure, Chris, please make sure that the community is able to see either the slide and the commissioners jointly, or the commissioners?
They will be able to see either, depending on how they also can control their own thing. So if you leave the slide up, there's a little panel on the right that has the commissioners on it. And they can do that by going to, they should be having the same view as me, which should show the people.
No, the community.
And I apologize, I did not do this in the beginning of the presentation, but I was remiss in introducing our budget manager, who's also on the Zoom, Trisha Hawk. So she is with us tonight as well, and she oversees the budget process and is available for any questions that we might have tonight as well.
Commissioners, if you want to start your discussion, I am going on the first question. I am going to cut and paste into the chat the 3 questions right now.
Sure, if I may, Chair Baker, ask a couple questions. So thank you so much for your presentation. And first, I want to thank council and staff for incorporating this report to the boards and commissions this year. I really appreciate getting a look at the budget before it goes to the workshop process. And the opportunity to provide input. I did have a question. You talked about the community satisfaction surveys, and just I wanted to ask what the response was and if that went out to everybody in the community, or what that process was.
It's still in process. It hasn't been provided to the community yet. The last one that we did, we work with a professional surveying company, and they do a statistically valid survey by sampling a number of residents. So it does not necessarily go out to every single resident, but based on their statistical analysis, that they send it out to a large enough group that they feel that they get a representative response from the community.
Okay, thank you so much for that information. And then, I mean, I think it's, the commissioners will agree with me that I think it's wonderful that the city didn't have to go into or utilize their reserves. Despite the pandemic, it looks like many of the regional cities were not hit as bad as originally anticipated. So that's great to hear. And then as far as the first question, do you feel the city's investment of financial resources is in line with the community's priorities? I think so. I know public safety is always a big priority for communities. And then as well as asset management and the CIP projects, I think those are all wonderful projects. Looking forward to a lot of the parks projects as well, and the infrastructure projects. And I'm happy to see that. Well, I had a question regarding community services. I know they weren't able to provide or do many events and provide some programming this year. Do you have any information as far as if their budget is going to increase next year, not necessarily compared to this fiscal year, but maybe the previous fiscal year, especially now that we have the REDI Commission and the REDI Initiative on board? And then do you have any information as far as the budget allocated specifically to the REDI Initiative?
So for the community services budget, it goes in line with what's projected as far as the programs and events that they will be able to provide. It was reduced this year because of the necessary shutdown of the facilities and then the cancellation of the programs and events. But as our community is allowed to open back up, and as they ramp up their programs and their offerings, then the budget will reflect the level of services that they can provide. The budget does increase each year. This year, as far as a budget target, we typically work with departments and through the utilizing what our projected revenues will be, we provide departments a target increase, inflationary rate, if you will. That's been 2% in the last several years. So just by the very nature of inflation, the budgets do go up. But community services has definitely been unique, and they were definitely hit the hardest from the COVID pandemic. So we definitely hope that they'll be able to ramp back up quickly and, you know, have a full array of services to provide next year. As far as the funding for the REDI Commission, funding is added into the city clerk's budget for that. And then there is, as Isaac mentioned earlier in the HR budget, some training monies are in there that will be dedicated to REDI initiatives.
Thank you. I appreciate that information. And that's good to hear. And after listening to the presentation, as far as the programs, projects most beneficial to our community, I think you hit all of them: the public safety, the infrastructure, the affordable housing, and community services. And it sounds like there'll be more funding through Measure S through time as a CIP funding goes down. But it's also great to hear that there's already, I think you said, over 500 million of the CIP projects already funded. So I think that's amazing. You know, I've been on the I-15 freeway many times. I used to travel to San Diego County all the times, and decided to relocate my job up here because of the I-15 traffic. But no, so to answer the questions, I think that this is in alignment with the community's priorities. And the projects I just mentioned, I mean, the public safety, the community services, affordable housing, infrastructure, all of those are the most beneficial to our community, in my opinion. And so those are my thoughts.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Wilson.
Yes, I had a question. You stated in your presentation that the revenue wasn't as negatively impacted as it could have been due to COVID. What do you contribute to that?
There's a number of things going on there that we utilize. Just to back up a little bit, we utilize a sales tax consulting firm that works up and down the state with local agencies. They help us understand the consumer behaviors that we're seeing. They see statewide trends, local trends. And it was really actually quite surprising up and down the state that our sales tax numbers, which for Temecula, our general fund revenue, half of it comes from sales tax. And then Measure S revenue is also sales tax based. So the original thought with businesses shutting down, I mean, that was such a completely unprecedented event to happen to our economy. It was very difficult to make a projection on what was going to occur. But the consensus was that we were going to see about a 15% drop in sales tax. That's what we had projected independently of our consultants. Ironically, we had the exact same number in a projection. But what really happened was about half of that. So only about 7% drop in sales tax. And the reason being is what they found was that with the stay-at-home orders, especially for our community that is mostly a commuter-based community, many of the workers still worked. They still had their employment, but they were working from home. So they weren't traveling, they weren't vacationing, they were working from home. They were still receiving their income, so their disposable income actually increased. So between increased disposable income, stimulus checks that were provided by the government, as well as the dynamic that's going on in the housing market with, you know, equity. All of a sudden people have a lot of equity in their homes. They have very low interest rates, so people are refinancing, pulling out equity. There was a lot of investment in things like RVs, motorcycles, things like that, where people are now vacationing at home. We also saw a lot of investment in home improvement projects. So all of that money sort of was redirected locally to improve homes to vacation local or just stay home. So it was a weird dynamic that I don't think really many people predicted, but it was definitely seen throughout the state. So also online shopping. Online
Yes.
shopping went through the roof. And we get a good portion of that sales tax dollars. So that really did make a big difference.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that. And I do personally feel that the financial resource is in line with our community's priority. We are hitting home ownership with affordable housing, which is key in this type of economic situation that we're going through. Capital improvement, public safety, these are all the areas that we need Temecula to put on the forefront to continue to make our city safe the way it is. So I think we're hit it right on the nail about what we're doing with our finances. That's what, and it's almost 10 o'clock. So it's like anything. I'm like, like Harris, I'm like,
get a little country here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So definitely everything looks financially stable.
Great. Thank you.
Commissioner Harris.
Hi, I just have a couple of questions. So I wanted to begin discussing the survey that you had mentioned at the beginning of the presentation. Can you talk about some of the questions that would be included in that survey?
I actually haven't seen what the questions are just yet. That's still in development. Our city manager's office is heading up that program, so I'm sure that will be, maybe Randy has some insight as to when that might be released.
So were there not any like past surveys? Is there like a past survey, maybe just as example or for examples?
Yeah, some examples of, go ahead, Randy.
Commissioner Harris, we can go ahead and send out an example of the last survey that was done by True North, who is our consultant that does that survey. That consultant also does similar satisfaction surveys with other localities up and down the state and even nationally. They measure satisfaction in a variety of areas. It could be anything from community services and programs to traffic, to public safety. It could be a variety of things. It's important to know it is a formal statistical survey. So it's only about 400 or so folks that get that particular call and survey to participate. It's not a where every resident, type. It's a statistical survey. So we will send out to the commission a link to the past survey and the past survey results, and that will give you an idea of what the future survey that will be conducted in the next couple of weeks, the questions will look like. And then once the results come back, those will actually be presented at a public city council meeting.
Thank you so much, Randy. Moving on with that, is there any type of like demographic data or just kind of a pool of information of typical respondents to the survey? I know that it goes out randomly where you could see if there's any particular district or neighborhood or group of individuals respond to the survey.
Yeah, they usually do track most of that. The survey company will track all of that data.
Okay, and my next question is how the city determines where they'll be doing circulation, CIP programs, road maintenance, how that works.
Okay. For road maintenance, a couple years ago, we actually had a professional survey done, not the same kind of survey, a engineering type of survey of the road conditions. And they came up with what's called a pavement condition index. And there was actually a little van that drove around with cameras on the bottom of it, and it took physical pictures of the road conditions. And they prioritized the worst roads to the best roads, and then provide a target. And what that equated to was an annual investment amount of between $7 to $8 million per year to maintain our roads at that preferred level. So that road maintenance has that road program has a list of projects that are identified, or list of roads that are identified that turn into projects. Some of them might need a complete grind and replace, where they replace the entire road. Some of them might just need it's called a slurry seal. So that helps the Public Works Department prioritize their requests in the CIP. But it's in this stage of the budget process that we're working in right now, where departments will work with Public Works, will bring forward their recommendations. And then we look at those recommendations compared to what funding sources we have to pay for those projects. And then that between the combination of how much money do we have available and what projects are high priority, that basically develops the list of projects that will be presented to council in May.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, and I have one more question. So I just wanted to have you expand a little bit on the budget policies in regards to the expanding costs of public safety in conjunction with Measure S. So what is that going to look like? What will make up the public safety components, and how will that added monies be allocated in the budget? If that's making sense.
The public safety budget is made up of the police and fire department. We can also roll in emergency services to that budget. We are a contract city, so we contract with Riverside County to provide police and fire services. So we basically are, our budget is built, or it's determined by the level of service that we decide to contract for. So in the police realm, they contract for a number of hours of patrol units per day. And then we enhance that patrol staff with special teams such as the homeless outreach team, the newly deployed Old Town team. I don't recall what they call themselves, but we have burglary suppression teams, things like that. All of those costs are built into the budget, and then we utilize general fund dollars, and then if there isn't enough general fund dollars to cover the recommended budget, then we transfer in Measure S dollars as well. Same thing with the fire department. We get a budget estimate from the county as to what it would cost to maintain 4 persons per fire engine. So that's it's a very high service level. Probably the highest service level of any city in this area, to be able to have 4 people on an engine. But they basically tell us how much that would cost, and then we build that into the budget, and then we again utilize general fund dollars and then Measure S dollars to supplement if need be.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Wait a minute. Oh, I'm looking at you. Does anyone else have any other comments, questions?
I have a couple of comments before I answer the questions. Jennifer and your team, congratulations on the surplus that you put to Temecula every year. That's been a great thing. Most cities can't have that conversation, so you guys have done a great job. And it's good to hear about what you talked about in regards to. I didn't think about that. When people are staying home, they're spending their money here. When they're commuting, they're spending their money other places. So that kept our budget up, which was a great thing. I never would have thought about that, but people are doing projects. I'm one of them. It's spending money right here in Temecula. So one of the things that I think someone brought up on another meeting is policing. And is there been a cost analysis look in regards to Temecula investing in its own police department, and what probably ahead of the game, and you're probably in the middle of doing that right now based on what you're paying Riverside Sheriff Department in regards to where you're going to be going in the future as far as Temecula goes. And if you don't have that information, I can understand in regards to the cost savings, in regards to going with your with Temecula Police Department compared to Riverside Sheriff's Department, and what that looks like, and is there a cost savings, and where that money will be shifted within the city to support other projects. So you don't have that now. Look forward to hearing that later on if that is, you're constantly talking about that right now.
Yeah. Yeah, we actually participated in, it's not necessarily an analysis to look at our own police department, but to be a member of a joint powers authority where several cities combined would join a police department. And that study was presented to council a few meetings back. And the bottom line of that was they compared that to our contract model. And it actually is less expensive to stay with the contract model. And, you know, we've been very happy with the services provided through the contract. So it's at this point, the direction is to stay with the contract.
Yeah.
We haven't done a formal study to analyze the cost of establishing our own singular police department. So I don't have that information.
Okay, I was just when I heard them talking about it, maybe what you just explained right now. And I was looking at the data in regards to the response time. It's like it's been pretty good on the Riverside Sheriff's Department. So I see why they could probably stay there. As far as infrastructure and the widening of the freeways, I'm sure there's conversations with city outside of Temecula, because we understand that Menifee is building up housing. They're filling in the land there, and all those people are going to come back down 215 through Temecula, heading down to San Diego. And how does that factor in? Yeah, we build it now, and it'll cover it. You know, we're in a COVID environment as well. There's still this traffic jam issue because of, maybe we're not building Temecula, but Wildomar has a lot of land up there they can build on. Menifee is building constantly, and all those people funneling back through Temecula, and causing that jam. So I'm sure that was thought out, but is that funding that was thought out about widening the freeway? And I don't know, that decision was probably made years ago and approved, but it's not a meeting that things have changed over those years that plan was approved. So will it meet the needs of the traffic that's going to increase because of the housing being built up in surrounding cities that are going to funnel through Temecula as well? So, but with that being said, I mean, I think for question number one, I do feel that it meets the needs of our citizens, and I feel that every aspect of what you're looking at and what you're doing aligns and is beneficial. I don't have one over the other. I think they're all beneficial. I think they all need to be looked at. So thanks a lot, and appreciate you coming and briefing us. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Any other commissioners?
I just wanted to answer the questions real quick. I feel that the city's investment of financial resources are definitely in line with community priorities. I've watched the city's investments and budget for many, many years. They've definitely stayed in line with what the community wants and what the community needs. We've watched this community grow. We're safe. Our money is going towards safety, which is a huge priority with our community members. So we really appreciate that. As we can see from all of the presentations that we've had privy to here recently in the last couple of meetings, definitely our programs and projects are very beneficial to our community. So anybody that takes the time to really examine what the city has to offer us can see that the money is being put in the right place. I think we're definitely spending in line with the community priorities right now. I think things will continue to morph and change, but the city management keeps a pretty good pulse on what is happening. So I have every confidence that they're going to make the right decisions moving forward. And as the REDI Commission continues to grow and expand and become of more use to the community, I can see us really definitely having some input on that. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
I just wanted to answer the questions as well. I would echo everything that Commissioner Steed said. I would simply add that, the decisions that are made here clearly with this particular budget have lasting impacts and plans as they go forward as we start these projects and such. Is there currently is there a time that you go mid-year. I mean, I saw the calendar in the beginning as we start to evaluate, but this isn't a regular time. Obviously, the impacts that we've had of COVID and such are going to be lasting. And so the definition of what community priorities are today are obviously going to change as we move forward. But I would absolutely say, you know, that currently as it stands today and what you certainly presented financially here, we are absolutely in line with those needs in every which way, from housing all the way down to you know, all of the things, projects in capital improvement. But again, making sure, I think that we keep a very clear pulse on those community priorities as we move forward is going to be essential in terms of how we proceed with the budget in the future. I really think that the priorities are changing with our families that reside here. And so we have to be on top of that. And so I was actually very happy to see the allocation towards, you know, community services there. And I think that that may actually look to increase as we move forward, certainly because the need is there and that has become a bigger priority, certainly over the last year. And that may, I don't know that that's going to go away. So I think that we've rekindled something here in terms of our families and what we do in our community, and it's just going to continue to progress, but keeping a fine pulse on that's going to be important for where we land financially in the future. But absolutely agree, everything looks very balanced in terms of our needs.
Thank you.
Did all the commissioners speak? Okay, well, thank you so much for your presentation, and I'm just happy to be safe. I am happy that my community is even taking the opportunity to ask us for involvement. I think that we're headed in a great direction, and I would agree with Commissioner Pastorian that I think these are going to change. I think the needs are going to change as we grow in this REDI Commission. So as it stands up today, yes, I do feel like we're investing in our finances in line with the community priorities as it stands, but we're growing. So I look forward to seeing, as we hear more, as we learn more about the programs, the cost analysis of the programs, as we ask questions, then to revisit this. But I think first and foremost, I want to be safe. I want to be safe. I love living in Temecula. And that's one of the reasons I love living in Temecula. You know, my kids left the door unlocked the other night. And I'm from Chicago. And I was like, look, we don't leave the door unlocked because don't let Temecula fool you. And they were laughing but we do live in Temecula. So we're grateful for the priorities in which we have made our safety a priority. And we're grateful for the opportunity to even be open to ask questions and bring this type of data to us and questions to us. So I want to thank the city. I want to thank the council for allowing us to be a part. And I don't have any recommendations at this time. And I just think it's great. I just think it's great. So thank you so much for your presentation. And I also think it's great that we don't have debt. And that's one of the things I'm really proud of as a city. And I always tout that, just so you all know, because I work with other cities and I'm like, but you know, Temecula, we don't have any debt. That's very important to me because I teach financial literacy. And I think, you know, we are, I think we teach a class, Parenting for the Eye for the Future. I see that the city is budgeting with an eye for the future. We've come out of a pandemic and we are still good financially. How many cities can say that? Good job, Temecula. Good job, Jennifer. Good job, council. I am proud to be a part of this city. Thank you so much for your presentation. I know it's late, but you did a really good job. You kept us engaged. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. And thank you all for your time and appreciate your comments. I'll make sure that they get embedded into our budget going forward, and the council definitely hears your feedback. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. Have a good evening.
Thank you. You too.
Okay. Now here, we're going to receive a presentation on the rebranding. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Did I miss something? Receive recommendations. So we're good here, Brandy, right? Okay, so then receive recommendations regarding the rebranding of park. And so we will have are we gonna have a presentation on that, or are we just gonna, what are we gonna do?
Yes, you're going to have a presentation and they're going to ask you for some specific recommendations on a couple of mural and bench designs.
Okay.
Okay, again, good evening, Chairperson and Commissioners. I'll be providing an update on Friendship Park for your input on our 3 additional park elements. So the Friendship Park is located in South Temecula, formerly known as Apollo Park. It is currently closed for renovations. Renovations began in January and should be completed by spring of this year. As you can see from the playground renderings shown on this slide, the playground equipment will have a treetop nature theme, offering equipment such as an inclusive swing seat, a wheelchair accessible transglide, crawl spaces, fencing, increased shading, and more. Just to give you a little background, on August 10th, 2020, as a result of a meaningful discussion on race, equity, and inclusion led by Councilmember Nagar, the Community Services Commission approved the renaming of Apollo Park to Friendship Park. Friendship Park is inspired by the city's commitment to diversity and inclusion and meant to provide children of all ethnicities, races, and abilities with an opportunity to see themselves and others in a fun, memorable, and safe play space that reflects the loving diversity of Temecula. And that loving diversity will be captured with additional park elements that I will share with you in just a moment. We also launched the Friend Project, Friendship, Race, Inclusion, Equity, and Neighborhood Diversity, as a way to get the community involved in these projects and spread awareness. In addition to these park new elements, we'll also be developing programs and events at the park to celebrate diversity and friendship. And so we look forward for the REDI Commission's involvement in that. Next slide, please. So our first project are friendship benches. Our friendship benches are intended to encourage gathering and friendship among all children. We'll be installing 1 to 2 ADA accessible friendship benches. We'll also be promoting an intergenerational aspect to this project, and we'll be collaborating with our senior center wood carvers who will create a wooden sign to accompany the benches. We can go with a rainbow themed color bench or solid color that will be cohesive with our playground equipment such as green or brown, or you can customize any of the panels with colors of your choice. We'll also be placing an inscription on the bench similar to the inspirational quotes we have here. Friendship blooms on our buddy bench. I am special, I am unique, I am me, or friendship knows no bounds. Next slide, please. So our second project will consist of a beautiful handmade mosaic mural. This will be a 16x4 Friendship Park mosaic sign installed on the retaining wall located at the entrance of the park, so you can see it as you drive into the parking lot. The mosaic art will consist of ceramic tiles, hand-cut stained glass, glass beads and gems, handmade 3D flowers, leaves, ladybugs, and more. The words Friendship Park would be made up of broken mosaic tile pieces, similar to the Together We Can image that is shown here on the slide. Next slide, please. So here are rough sketches and images of what the mosaic mural will look like. The border will be comprised of tiles hand painted by our program participants and community members. We already have a few dates in April for our viticulture and our High Hopes members to paint their own tiles. So these border tiles will show hands painted in different colors holding a heart that is representative of Temecula's loving diversity, as shown in the image on the slide here. Also shown on the slide are photos of the theme of the mosaic mural, which will be a nature theme, including flowers and critters to draw off the treetop playground theme. We'll also be have the word friend in different languages within the flowers. So for example, you'll see the word friend, excuse me, in English, Spanish, Mandarin, and other languages. We'll also be hosting a few days at the Senior Center where you can either pick up a tile kit to take home, or you can paint it on site at the senior center. And these tile pieces will be incorporated into the mosaic mural. And so of course, we would love for you to be a part of that as well. Next slide, please. So our third project is a mural painting. This mural will be painted on up to 4 14 by 16 walls on the restroom and park facility. This is an interactive selfie mural, so park goers can engage in an interactive experience. This will be a giant, colorful garden theme and quotes throughout that promote friendship and unity. This is another opportunity for the community to get involved, and we would also welcome the REDI Commission to be a part of the painting process. Next slide, please. So here is a rendering of our first wall. The complementary color scheme of this painting is vibrant without being overwhelming. The design will showcase children playing together while holding hands, and even leaves a space open for more children to hold hands with them in an interactive selfie opportunity. There's also another interactive element on the wall. As you can see, there's a swing that park goers can sit on, and another selfie opportunity. So this mural plays on both the nature and inclusion theme of Friendship Park. And even has a quote from retired council member Mike Nagar: "When kids play together, they don't draw distinctions between race and ability." Next slide, please. So this wall is painted as a giant garden to transport park goers into a magical world where they can climb flowers and sit on mushrooms, all again in an interactive way. This wall also has a wonderful quote on inclusion, where play knows no race, no culture, and no difference in ability. It is open to all. Next slide, please. So this wall continues to highlight our themes of nature and inclusion. As you can see, the images will be representative of children of all ethnicities. Next slide, please. And our last wall will incorporate images of children of all abilities. As you can see, there is a child who uses a wheelchair playing alongside his peers, again, playing together, promoting unity and friendship. So together as a whole, these mural paintings will bring an immersive experience for all to enjoy. Again, we would love for the REDI Commission to be involved in these projects, and we'll have those dates ready for you soon. That concludes my report, and we welcome your feedback and input. Thank you.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, please.
Okay, I know you had, first of all, it's amazing. I like all the different, how you're incorporating inclusiveness and diversity in this art. I had a question on the, you mentioned using the word friend in different languages on one of the areas. Are those the main languages spoken in Temecula, or did you just choose random, more common languages, I guess?
We just chose more common languages, but again, we're not limiting it to just those 3 languages, so we're open to your feedback.
I'm not sure how the commissioners feel, but I would, I mean, it would be nice to incorporate kind of the languages that are spoken in the community, maybe, and I would say more than 3. I don't know if there's like 7, or I don't know how 10 if that's too much, but that's just my thought. I know in other communities they've incorporated some art projects where they use the actual languages that are spoken in the community. So that's my first thought.
Commissioner Wilson.
I just wanted to say that was an awesome presentation. I love the laughter that I could hear just from the pictures, just from the murals and everything that was created there. I like a statement that Nagar said. He says, if you teach children how they should live, they will remember it all their lives. And I think all of that displays exactly what we're trying to say. That should be a safe zone for kids to come, play, love, connect, and just to grow. So I just compliment you guys for putting all this together. I think this is going to be something that other cities will look at and say, we need to get on board and do this too. So it's something great for the city of Temecula. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Castorian.
Thank you very much. So the presentation I loved. It's funny because I was actually looking at the quote from Retired Councilmember Nagar, and I was glad to see that you had a quote there from him, which was great. You know, a couple of things to Commissioner Huerta's comment, you know, in terms of getting in here with our community and kind of representing that as well. You know, I mentioned it earlier, and here's kind of a perfect example of, you know, where what this park stands for, and making sure that we are inclusive of everything. I'd love to see, and I don't even know how to do it, but I would love to see it, would be one of those, the word friendship detectable by Braille for our visually impaired, you know, people, or, you know, kids that are going to be coming. I'd hate for them not to be able to feel that word, and to recognize that and have that connection there as well. You know, accessibility is key. And so you've obviously done that in terms of the structures. I think that there was a comment in terms of recommendation on color, and I'm trying to, maybe you can clarify in terms of exactly where you wanted that recommendation with regard to color for.
Yes, so the color we're looking at on the bench panels, and so as shown in the slide, we had a rainbow color theme on there, or we can also go with just a solid color that is cohesive with the playground equipment, which would be like the brown tones, the green, beige, kind of the earth tone colors, or we can actually customize the bench and choose different colors on each panel.
Thank you for the clarification. And this is, again, one of those other weird times where, you know, aesthetically, right, we all let's match it, right? But the reality is again, when we're looking to be inclusive of people, we need to be aware, and having that awareness of people who maybe have particular impairments, and those impairments can be things like depth perception or visibility, and so colorblind, those kinds of things. And in that case, then we need to be looking at a colorblind color palette for them that would be maybe more attracted to them, especially because, and I have some experience with those benches, with friendship benches or buddy benches, and they are, they're really amazing when they are utilized, and you see them typically in schools. You'll see them as projects that have been placed in there. And so, you know, even the concept of somebody goes to sit on the bench is a kind of an unspoken call for, I'm ready for communication, and I want to reach out and have that connection with somebody. And so somebody else will come sit on the bench. They're looking for the friend, right? That's the unspoken signal. It's really phenomenal. And I'm glad to see that bench at that park. But again, I think making it visible is something that we need to do. And the way to do that is going to be to use brighter colors to make it stand out for people who may have those impairments that we want to make sure that we're being inclusive of as well.
Thank you.
Commissioner Steve.
Yes, hi. I love to see that ex-councilman's Nagar, what he did through the last few years with inclusivity just really is going to live on for many, many years. I will say that I know when they put in the splash pad that it was put there for special needs children. There ended up being a lot of drama, a lot of people get pushback about people that didn't have special needs not being able to play there. I think we need to be really careful and really deliberate about the purpose of the park. And the purpose of the park is to make friends with everybody and to love everybody and to be in this amazing community and know that it's diversified. I would love to see whether it's stepping stones or whether it's plaques placed throughout the park that say hi to someone new today, or ask someone their name, or what do you like about your new friend? And this way we're prompting the children and their parents, this is why we're here. Let's make a new friend today. So if you can just take a note on that. I don't even know if it's feasible, but it might be something to think about. In regards to the bench, great points, and especially if you have experience with benches. But what I'm envisioning, what I see might be really good, is to have a silhouette of two kids sitting on a bench. And that way, when one child sits down, it goes, there's room for somebody else right here, and they need somebody else to fill that space. And that's what children see visually. So just an idea in regards to that. But everything I love the mural, I love it all, and it's going to be absolutely phenomenal. So thank you.
Commissioner Steve, you make a great point, and I just want to point it out, because if there's a question in terms of putting something along those lines about the prompting, conversation starters, those things are sometimes those are barriers and struggles sometimes within our special needs community, and having that. And so being able to place conversation starters out there, or those particular prompts in various places, I think will absolutely help those children who are trying to be more social and sometimes have that struggle. So I think that's also something that you hit it right on the head with that, and I would love to see that as well.
This might be a project that we can get our woodcarvers again involved in. This is something along the lines of something they wanted to do with friendship benches. So definitely take your feedback back. Thank you.
May I offer a question for a suggestion for a picture? Us minority children would like to see some big curly hair, because, and I say that one picture, because that's where the difficulty comes in. We don't see many people with our hair. And so to look at different cultures and make sure, some of the pictures, I couldn't really tell their ethnicity. And it's important to see their ethnicity clearly so they can see themselves in the park. Also, great suggestions from the other commissioners. I agree 100%. I would like to see quotes in the park. You matter. Encouragement to the kids themselves of what is the point of the park, to develop friendships. And in order to build friendships, you have to feel good about yourself. So to first see themselves on the walls. So to clearly distinguish race is very important. And to see the races coming together, because then I see you, just like this REDI commission, we see different. So I think the mural should reflect the REDI commission and the people in the REDI commission and all that we represent. Quotes and sayings to the children that you matter. I don't know why that particular quote stands out to me the most, but just to see, I matter, you matter, we matter. Togetherness quotes, things of that nature, to not only give promptings to be together, but to also build that self-esteem, because they're going in a place where it's all about a kid. How do you make a kid feel about themselves, so they can treat others better? Because when they feel good about themselves, they feel good about they can treat others better. So that will be some of my initial thoughts. I just think this is fantastic. No, I do have a cultural question, just out of my own curiosity. It was called Paula Park. Now, are we offending someone by changing the name because it was a native name? I just want to make sure that we're not forgetting that either, and we didn't ask that question.
I'll have to defer to Kevin on that.
Thanks, Yvette. And Chairperson, thanks actually for the question. And it did come up just in terms of the Palo tribe, first of all, which is not in Temecula, but just to ensure that we were being sensitive, we actually checked to see if there was any historical significance as it relates, and it was not necessarily for the tribe, but kind of the street. But we also checked with our friends over at Pechanga just to ensure. And they were supportive of the name change as well too. So your question is very appropriate, and I'm glad to say that we did ensure that we checked just to make sure that we were being sensitive. And you saw a lot of head nodding because we love these suggestions. And I know it's late, but you guys I don't know if you ate a snack or something like that, but
Yes, I did.
Energized. And that's what we needed to hear, and those quotes and the representation. Because, you talked about former council member Mike Nagar, and we love Mike, and he's been so passionate about this too. When he was inspired, first of all, Mike is a huge Disneyland fan, and not just being a champion of the special needs community, but you talk about Disneyland and Pirates Caribbean, and it's a small world, right? So when he was thinking about kind of the name change, immediately in the brainstorming session, it's a small world where everyone is represented, and it doesn't matter if you're young or young at heart. When you went there, right, you saw yourself, and that's why it resonates and it endures, because all abilities and shapes and colors and everything. And so that was kind of the inspiration of Friendship Park. And then, your quotes, I know it was in the staff report that, it's referenced that the only way to have a friend is to be one. Right. I know it's late, I know we're sleepy, but I'm still energized because you guys energized me. But this is what we wanted to hear. Yvette, back to you, but I hope I answered your question.
Commissioner Harris, did you want to go?
Yes.
Did I miss someone? I see just all your smiling faces. See, we like the kids. You see how we all awake now? Look, you can talk to me all night about kids.
I got it, then I'll go out there.
Okay, I'm
Absolutely. Sorry. No, it's okay. Just some brief comments. I absolutely adore the theme of this park. I think parks are really the beginning, really the foundation. When you have kids around each other, they don't know racism. So providing more opportunities for kids to interact with each other, diverse groups of children. I know when I worked on my gardening project at Helen Hunt Jackson, that was my theme. I really wanted to have differently abled children in one area speaking and learning from each other. So I'm really moved by this project. I'm happy that he did it. Also, small note, because I will always bring this up, is that it is a garden themed park. It would have been a beautiful opportunity to put in a community garden. Just throwing that out there as a suggestion. Would have been amazing. I did want to ask what those 3 languages were again. I missed it.
English, Spanish, and Mandarin. But we can put up to 10 languages. Those would be placed throughout the mosaic flower design, and so we have up to 10 flowers that we're doing. So
right, and I think that it would be a brilliant idea to have the indigenous language of the region on there, especially since it was named Paula Park. It's not necessarily connected to Temecula, but it would have really provided an opportunity to pay homage. We should always pay homage to the indigenous land that we live upon. Also, I wanted to agree with Ms. Chairwoman Baker and say that when we talk about representation, a lot of the time the depictions look mixed, racially ambiguous, and that is seen as a form of inclusion. But I think it's really important, even when it goes down to the details of hair, it absolutely makes a difference. So I agree. Bigger, the afro, some braids, dreads, even some cultural outfits, I think would all make a really great addition to the park. I loved this idea, so I looked up the interactive murals. I couldn't have picked a better interactive mural at all. I had the same idea, the tree and sitting on the tree and having kids around, and of course it's garden themed and there's flowers and all of that jazz. I thought it was great. I think it would be cool to have like a great oak tree, again, paying a little bit of homage to the area in which we live. And I really like the idea of rainbow theme, colorblindness, bright colors, but also LGBTQ youth. I think it's great. So those are just my recommendations. Thank you.
Commissioner, I see your hand, Commissioner Worther, but Commissioner Faulkner requested to go next.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I'm gonna be quick with it. I loved it just like everybody else. I echo what everybody else stated as well. I see that I like the mural, and I don't know if there's any native animal species here to Temecula that we can actually implant in some of that as well. Something friendly. I saw the beetles, the trees, and the flowers. But put a little. I mean, my suggestion would put some type of friendly animals into the scheme as well, because kids love animals, right? So if we could put that in there as well, that would be great. Additionally, it'll be great if we can go out to get quotes from kids and ask them what friendship means to me. And have them write up quotes and use some of those quotes to put around the park as well. So now you have ownership. The kids now own the park, right? So that would be a good opportunity as well to get kids of different demographics to just define friendship, what it means to me, and just try to put that around the park. Just like we have ex-councilman Nager's, quote there. Just put some little smaller quotes. And I want to keep it simple where it doesn't distract from the art and everything like that. But it'd be great to have some little quotes around the place from the kids who are actually going to be the users of the product that you're going to be building for it. So that's all I have. Thanks.
And also, I will add that, I know we're talking about race, but also religion. We may want to consider, children's religious belief, because when you see a little girl with a hijab on, do you shun her or do you embrace her? So I know we can't address every single thing, but these things matter. And this is what our schools, these are the kids that are in our schools right now. And so I just also want to throw that in as well, because then it makes children more accepting. And I guess that's the point of this, right? To see children different than themselves, but also to know that there's a place in that we see them. Yeah. We see them as adults. So I just want to bring that religious aspect in as well. Yes, Commissioner Faulkner.
And you just sparked the thought when you, Chair Baker, when you stated that as you look at the demographics in regards to the language we were talking about, trying to put in the language for the languages that are covered in Temecula. So another thing you can look at the demographics is what is the demographic because the kids that are here. We talk about the Native American. We know that we have Pala, we have Pachanga, but look at the demographics in regards to that's represented here in Temecula, and just try to make sure that's in the mural somehow, right? And so people can see, so kids can see themselves. Yeah, thanks.
I just want to add, and I want to, I guess, connect the dots in a way. Commissioner Steed brought up earlier about way earlier, about the having a partnership with some of the officers and such. When we were talking about homeless outreach and how they can go with the teen zone and kind of make that connection. And a lot of that starts with this park, really, making sure that our kids know that know their worth, right? Like, Commissioner Baker, Chairwoman Baker said earlier, is knowing their worth and, what does it mean? Know that they matter. And that all starts with all this positive, and it doesn't matter what kind of child you are, but that you can see and have a place where you are comfortable, feel included, and your diversity is accepted. And that is so incredibly important, because what that happens and what that translates to is positive, healthy relationships going forward with our peers. And that leads to positive interactions with other people. And that includes not necessarily having a bad encounter with the resource officer or somebody on campus or, later on, or something along those lines. And so what we set the foundation for at the park with toddlers and first graders and second graders and middle schoolers and high schoolers, and is so incredibly important because it really all is connected. What we do is so connected to the adults that we shape in the future, and we want to have good and positive interactions with our youth so that they can in turn be good members of our community in the future. So it really just comes full circle. And I think that's another thing that is this commission's charged with, is how can we continue to keep all of that at the surface level. And I had this conversation the other day with Randy, you know, how do we bring all of these things that we know to be true, that we're all connected, certainly on this commission, with how do we bring that to the surface and make it where everybody else can feel it and see it. And this park does that. So I'm excited about it. I can't wait to be there when it's fully done and participate in making all the things. And I'm going to paint a flower. So
I'm going to paint too, and I don't paint.
Right.
Yes.
If I can ask, how many benches are there?
We're going to do up to 2 benches this fiscal year, but we can there's definitely a space for more.
Okay. Because I know the commission, some think a rainbow scheme, some consistent with the current colors. So I don't know if we wanted to mix it up a bit or if we just wanted to have one.
Or could we just have one solid color, but the brighter of the solids?
Okay.
You know, because maybe that'll help combine it all together, everyone's thought. But we definitely need a rainbow there for a lot of reasons. You know, rainbows represent a lot of things to a lot of people, including religious purposes, preferences, sexual preferences. So I think that a rainbow on the wall really would be beautiful. And in whatever the children see it as in their own hearts, based on what they identify a rainbow with, will be very inclusive. And then this way, I think we're hitting all the points, if that's, you know, what we're looking for. Because I know a rainbow for me means a covenant, you know, so it just all means something very different. And that's the whole point of this.
And maybe this is way out there, but I'm just going to say it anyway. But I love former council members Nagara's quotes, and it would just be really cool if there was some way that you could use your phone to scan something that could translate that in a different language if needed. But I know that's like thinking out of the box, but it's just so great. You know, it's just very moving, and it would just be great just to be able to connect that with everyone.
Yeah, one is sparked my memory. One thing we don't see, like pictures and stuff like that. One thing we will probably be added to this mural as well is we talked about all the different races and ethnicities that we want them to be seen in these murals. But one thing that's a lot of times left out is those who are physically disabled. A picture of a kid that may be physically disabled enjoying himself with the other kids, because we understand physically when they need to see something looks like them as well. So they still feel like they're, sectioned out, although I may be represented there, but I have something else that it is not showing me there, which is I'm physically disabled. So I don't know if there's a way to draw that into the mirror as well to show that as well. So I just add that to it as well.
Well, and to your point, Commissioner Faulkner, I think you're right that, we saw the one picture with I think it was the boy in the wheelchair. But at the same time, that's not always what disability looks like either. Right. And so I think that, it might not be, maybe it's somebody in leg braces, or something, along those lines where, you might see with like a cerebral palsy type person. So I think there's various ways to depict that. And frankly, we should maybe even pull away from that depiction of a wheelchair, because that's like the common, how do you identify the disabled person? Well, there's the wheelchair, right? That's a very, blanketed statement. That's not necessarily what all disability looks like, and maybe a different representations of that might be good as well.
Mr. Faulkner?
No, I don't have anything else.
Okay, you unmute yourself. Okay, well, you all are a lively bunch when it comes to the children. See, my type of people, because I'm woke too. when it comes to the children. I'm awake now. I'm really excited. This is just fantastic. Count me in. Anything you need a volunteer, you need a shovel, somebody to throw a rock or dig a ditch, or I'm there. Just include me. I will come because it's for the kids. So thank you guys for your input. I hope this was valuable to you all. And your efforts, but thank you for your efforts. Thank you very much for your efforts. And thank you, Councilman Nagar, for your suggestion. And thank you, Mr. Hawkins, for your sensitivity. That was important to me to make sure that it was okay, that you asked. That is very ready. That is very, very ready. Good job. Good job. Thank you for your presentation, Yvette. And commissioners, this is just wonderful, wonderful. So if all hearts are clear, Commissioner Wilson, you have something else?
Oh, no.
Okay, if all hearts are clear as relates to our beautiful Friendship Park, I will move on to commissioner reports.
Yes, I can go first if you'd like.
Yes, we know you're ready. We know you're ready.
Oh, okay. I'll try not to be long, I promise. So first, I just want to thank Director Joel and Mayor Pro Tem Ron for meeting with us new commissioners. It was a great dialogue. We got to discuss the vision for this REDI Commission, shared ideas and thoughts of what, and I was able to share what some other cities are doing and also why I joined the commission. So I just want to thank you both for taking the time to meet with us. And again, also want to thank you again, Randy and Community Services Manager Tracy, for allowing us to go check out the Through Darkness to Light exhibit at Temecula Valley Museum. That was an amazing exhibit, as I mentioned before, very moving exhibit. And I think she said it might come back in a couple of years. So looking forward to it coming back and taking the kids. And also that same day, I was able to walk across the way and go check out the Great Oaks, a high school student mural. For Black History Month, We Are the Future. That was an amazing mural. And correct me if I'm wrong, Director Joel, I think that's going to be a rotating mural. So it will be, yeah, so I think that is amazing as well. I also was able to check out the Stephen Michael Linden Jr. Memorial Park renovated playground with my kids. I took them on the soft opening weekend. And as you mentioned, Commissioner Faulkner, I used to walk by there too with my neighbors just to walk in the neighborhood before, and it was dead, absolutely dead. And now it's like a completely transition. It's full, just like you mentioned. I have to walk. I can't drive there because there's nowhere to park. But it's really fun. They really liked it, and I enjoyed it as well. And then I was able to join in on the Zoom webinar. I think a couple other commissioners were on it in February with the Greater LA Realtors, Advancing Racial Equity, Real Change with Real Purpose. They had some great speakers. They had Farrell Wilder with the California Association of Realtors, Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer. And they also had Brian Green, the National Association of Realtors, Director of Fair Housing Policy and Advocacy Group. And I know, I think some of the other commissioners will talk about it, but I thought it was just a great presentation. They talked about inequity in home ownership in the Bay Area. They talked about examples of homes being valued higher in certain areas for certain groups, and the issue of bias from lenders and appraisers, and not being able to achieve full equity due to discrimination for certain groups. So it was just a great webinar. They did focus on the need to move from education to action. And I like that we talked about definitions at our last meeting, but they defined the difference between equity and equality, and they defined equity as opportunities for all and equality as having everything be the same for everyone. But long story short, they had some great tools and some great resources. It was just a great webinar overall. And I know, as mentioned before, a couple of the other commissioners were on, so I know you may have more to report on, but they did offer a link to their website if anybody wants to check it out. Again, it was the Greater Los Angeles Realtors webinar. And I don't know if any of you were able to join the GovaPalooza conference last week. As mentioned at the last meeting, I am part of the Municipal Management Association of Southern California, or MMASC region, Inland Empire Region Board. And they did partner with the Alliance for Innovation and over 30 organizations for this week-long conference. And one of the themes they focused on was equity and inclusion. And I just wanted to highlight a couple of these sessions. One of them was focused on different ways to listen, from empty rituals to improved outcomes, and changing how you listen to your community. And so they just gave some guidance and pathways for listening and effective listening during racial justice demonstrations and protests, and also talked about building trust. But they did talk about 6 ideas for better listening that I wanted to share with the commissioners. And that was trained listeners in breakout rooms, scientific serving for residents, for representative input, meeting residents at their own special neighborhood events like HOAs, face-to-face discussions and boots on the ground, communicators as the ears of the city's administrators, and shorter but multiple structured input. And there were a lot of elected officials in the conference, a lot of city leaders, and some of the things that some of other city leaders are doing are taking walks with different residents every day, just to listen to their concerns and some of the issues. Another topic was, as I mentioned earlier in today's meeting, was a presentation from the director of San Jose's newly created Office of Racial Equity, Zuma Maciel. And the session was how Bay Area cities support racial equity and inclusion. And again, she had some great examples of redlining. I think Commissioner Harris brought that up earlier. But they did talk about how their city actually just became a member of the Government Alliance on Race and Equity, or GARE. And it seemed like a lot of cities are starting to become members of that organization, which is a national network of governments that are working to achieve racial equity. So she did note that through, with becoming a member with GARE, they put them through the process of learning more about their region. And so they found old policies that were implemented years ago that are racist, and they intentionally were created to marginalize certain communities. And today they're still seeing those effects of those policies. And so that's the redlining that we talked about, redlining certain communities. So those home values have not gone up while other areas have. So it's just really affecting affordability for certain groups, and not being able to achieve full equity for their homes as well. Another session was understanding and achieving equity, and that was by a company called Flashvote. And they gave some simple standards and assessments for local governments. And they actually talked about simple standards from policing to parks, and why challenges can arise and how to overcome those challenges. They have so many case studies. They talked about using data from the census, et cetera. But they gave me a PowerPoint, and they said I was able to share it with the commission. So I am more than happy to share that with Director Joel to share with the group. And just a couple more. There was also another a session by the National Civic League on enhancing equity to improve community resilience. They noted that the key ingredient for resilience is equity that is based on inclusive civic engagement. And you can go to their website, nationalcivicleague.org, and they have some past webinars that you can check out. You just click on events and programs and select racial equity at the National Civic League. And they have a lot of webinars on equity in parks and rec, racial equity action plans, and community-wide visioning webinars. And just if you want to check it out, just feel free to go to their website at your convenience. And then what else? And also just a couple more things. This week, I was able to attend the National League of Cities Congressional City Conference. That was Sunday through Wednesday. And I was able to get familiar with NLC's REAL, Race, Equity, and Leadership team. I believe Director Joel, you're also a part of that team. And they did note that they would be providing training to us. They are working with Temecula. They have some great resources. I know we'll be hearing more from them. And through that conference, there were more other elected officials from across the nation, and what they're doing to be more equitable and solve or be more equitable and inclusive. And they talked about passing resolutions denouncing racism and violence, having community conversations, equity resolutions. I think one city in Oregon started It Can't Wait campaign. And they talked about, there was a lot of different topics they talked about, but I wanted to bring it up to this commission because they are working with over 500 cities, towns, and villages. They have over 25 contracts signed with cities. And they also noted that they currently have 44 chief executive officers on their rosters. And those are new positions that cities have been adding to their full-time staff. So other than that, they also talked about redlining, and other than that, I attended through work the League of California Cities Riverside Division virtual meeting hosted by the City of Banning. And I bring it up because Chair Baker was also at that meeting. And that was just about, I think the City of Banning talked about setting up speed limits and the 85th percentile speed with information from the Zero Fatalities Task Force. There was also some legislative updates. And can't wait to check out the Winchester Creek Park. I was reading on social media that it is a creek theme. And I think Director Hawkins is already off, but I wanted to let him know that I am planning to do the Step into Spring 5K race, hopefully. I was planning to register earlier today. And then just wanted to end with a highlight that it is Women's History Month and Cesar Chavez Day is March 31st. I know Mount San Jacinto College is hosting a Latina leader fighting for justice, Adios Amor screening and panel in honor of Women History Month and Cesar Chavez on March 26th. And hopefully in the future, maybe we can have some programming to honor these events. And that's all I have. I try to be quick. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You know, I love it. I love it. So, okay, who wants to go next?
I'll go next, and I'm going to be short because the hour is late. I'm going tomorrow for the exhibit at the city. I did go and visit the beautiful Black History mural that is at Sam Hicks Park. And of course, I attended a lot of webinars on housing and diversity and all that, but we'll talk about it next month. That completes my report.
Commissioner Steve.
Okay, I had a couple of quick things. I'll make them really brief. We're all exhausted. Cal Chamber, I attended their webinar about a week and a half ago. They had a lot of great tips for businesses to become more diversified, but they did stress that to start really small and set goals that are long-term. For example, increase your customer service department to include ethnic diversity team by 15% and do it over a year's period. There's a company in town called Signy Consulting. I follow them on Instagram and I've been to a couple of their webinars. They're phenomenal. One of the posts that they put on Instagram last week, I believe, simply being willing to learn from other cultures makes a huge positive difference in one's business interactions with people of different cultures. So things like that I love to read. I think it just inspires all of us. JDS Creative Academy have a program with special needs young adults here in town. They shared a little quote that I just loved and I wanted to share it with us because I think it's very inspiring. They say that I have special needs, and while that's partly true, the needs that matter most to me are the same ones that you have too. I need to be accepted. I need friends that make me smile. I need a chance to learn and grow, feeling valued all the while. Sure, I need some extra help and some things that I can't do, but I hope that you'll see beyond that. Inside, I'm just like you. And my very last thing is Director Joel sent out an email yesterday with our daily recap, and it had this picture of a young girl wearing a hijab, and it brought tears to my eyes. So if we've done nothing else, we know that we had a part in that. So congratulations to everybody, and it made my heart just so happy. So thank you all for bearing with me.
Any other commissioner reports? Well, Mr. Commissioner Falcon, we know you told us all that you've been doing boots on the ground, trying to show us all up.
You
All
want, me to
right.
go ahead, you want me to go ahead and go? I mean, since I'm boots on the ground, let me put these boots on the ground.
Go for it.
Hey, so first of all, I'm reading this book. I ordered Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, like having a conversation and being able to discuss and talk to people about those topics. So I'm reading that as I prepare to start getting out in the community and talking to our citizens to get information from them about how we can best serve them on this board. Additionally, some of the same things, the National League of Cities, great website, a lot of good resources. I've been in there digging deep. So if you have time, definitely go there. In addition to just do a search on REDI, and you'll find out there's a lot out there. YouTube, colleges are starting to hire people to really just look at that specifically. And cities just like Temecula are starting to adopt this thing. It's starting to be a wildfire all across the United States. So so a lot of good information. There's a couple of REDI commissions that you can look at the YouTube videos to see how they're doing business in their cities. So it can spark some interest in us and what we're doing as well. In addition, I made a comment earlier. All the programs that we're being briefed on, I'm on the website all the time when I have time, just to read up. It's just so much information, but all those programs in there. So I just make a suggestion that we take our time to get on that website, dig into Temecula's website to get a deep, real good understanding of all the programs, because they're not going to be able to brief me here. They're going to give us an overview here, but on our own time, take the time to go on that website, because there's a lot of good information. It breaks it down a little bit more than just the surface we'll get in a brief. So spend some time on there as well. And I mean, let's just get out and get out to the community and start seeing what our citizens are saying about not only the commission itself, what their thoughts are, but also getting feedback from them and how we can use that feedback to make things better for the citizens of Temecula. That's all I have.
Anyone else? Okay, Commissioner Harris.
Okay, I'll just speak really briefly. So I actually attended the photo op at the Great Oak Student Mural. It was absolutely amazing. Those young adults, I will call them young adults, are absolutely inspiring and reminded me why I was a part of this commission. I was in awe of their bravery and strength when discussing matters of race and what matters most to them. Um, and so openly, just so openly and so unabashedly. Conversations I definitely wasn't having at 17, 16 years old. So I absolutely commend them. Felicia Joseph was the student program organizer, and she was absolutely amazing to speak to. I know that Kevin was in attendance. I came at the end of his speech, and I did not get to formally talk to him in person, but I was just wrapped up in talking to those young leaders and asking them what they were passionate about and what they wanted to do in the future. If there any indication of the youth that Temecula pops out, like that we spread out to the rest of the country, like no wonder we're so absolutely profound. I couldn't give them any more praise. They're brilliant. The teachers that have been supporting them are absolutely brilliant too. I want to take this time to definitely address the importance of having mentors, especially mentors for young people of color, having an adult support any of your ideas, thoughts. Really, it takes them from just being a maybe this would be a really cool idea to actually having it happen. There is a mural close to City Hall for Black History Month that was a brainchild of some 16-year-old young adults. Amazing. I was happy to be there. I'm happy to see the Women's Month mural. I really like what's going on, and I think that it provides a beautiful opportunity to address different cultures and diversity around Temecula and the world. So it was Black History Month, and there was a lot of opportunities to attend free Zoom free Zoom classes. I thought it was absolutely amazing. My calendar was just full of classes in order to get educated about what was going on around the world. Two of my favorites, environmental justice and systemic racism through redlining. I had spoken about it. It was through the EPA Environmental Justice Department. It was absolutely astounding and talked about the historicity of redlining and how it was tied to not only race but environmental factors and how that affects communities to this day, but also how we can use maps, historic maps, in order to assist with recommending policy, creating policy that is more equitable and also addresses particular regions and what particular areas need. So I thought that was great, and it had my mind thinking. Again, Temecula does not have the history of redlining because it's so new, but we do have zones and we know economic pockets. It would be really interesting to have a full understanding of what's going on in our city in order to best target those neighborhoods. So I think it would be really amazing if we could find some way to do that as a city. Not waiting every 10 years for the census, because as you know, the city changes so rapidly. When I left 5 years ago for college, and I would come back for winter break, and it was a completely different city. There was a new development, new individuals. So I think that definitely informed my opinion, even just attending that Zoom meeting. Another was Women of the First National People of Color Environmental Summit that talked about, again, environmental justice. You could see my my theme here, but it talked about in the past how environmental hazard disproportionately affected people of color, but how it also relates to what's going on with climate change and how that will also disproportionately affect people of color. Very absolutely interesting. I think that it was important to look at the environmental justice through a lens of women of color, and that was brilliant. And I think that wraps it up. I will be going to the museum tomorrow. I am absolutely looking forward to it. I am going to wake up early to do this. I have it's late. I might just pass out. I don't know when I'm gonna wake up, but I really want to do this. So I'll be up bright and early to see that museum. I've been waiting all month. So I'll get back to you guys next month on thoughts. Thank you. That's it. Good night, y'all.
And so, Commissioner Pastorian.
I will be very expeditious. So, I will be attending, I'm going to do this in a bullet point segment. So I will attend the museum on Saturday, which I'm really looking forward to. A few weeks back, I attended the book club with Commissioner Wilson that we listened to in review of a book that was being read by, I think it was it the Realtor Association, Commissioner Wilson, that was on for Black History Month, but it was great.
Yeah, deliberately fair housing.
There you go. There, and it was fantastic. And all it made me think is we need a book club. So Commissioner Faulkner, please send us the information on your book so we can all start reading along with you. It did, being Black History Month, it did make me go back. If you have not subscribed or are part of the TEDx Temecula, you should. There's some really great things there. Really great things. And if you go back long enough into November, and I actually did revisit this particular presentation, but there's a phenomenal presentation by Doyen Richards that he gives. And it's basically, the title is we need to discuss racism from a perspective of a non-threatening Black man. And it is a rather interesting perspective, and it was worth revisiting. So if you haven't had the opportunity to do that, go subscribe on Facebook for the TEDx Temecula. Certainly get local with some really great people. This particular series was awesome, and it had to do a lot with some different diversity topics. So certainly something that I would recommend. But other than that, I think that's pretty much it for me. I'm going to wrap it up and let Chairwoman Baker do what she needs to do. Commissioner Faulkner, I see your hand.
I just want to say, I wish I could do a redo. I wanted to start by saying Happy Women's History Month. I'm looking at this picture, and you guys are a reflection. You are the leaders we need now. I'm just going to say that, and I appreciate your leadership. I appreciate what you're doing in your space. Glad to be a part of this. Glad to be on side of you, but so want to pay homage to you and all the things you're able to do in your homes, out here leading like you're doing. I just sit back and I'm appreciative of you, the impact you've had, and the things you're going to do and things you continue to do. So have a great month. I know Women's Month is every day, but I want to make sure I pay homage to you and say,
you're a smart man by saying that.
Exactly.
So, you must have. Thank you. Thank you. Just gonna say thank you. Well, I will be quick because Imelda, no, I'm just playing. Commissioner Worther said everything I was going to say. No. So I would like to bring up an issue that I think we should, that I've been faced with here in my work with community action, which is the vaccinations. And I want to talk about that as it relates to race for some cultural sensitivity. So I want everyone to just consider that as we consider opening up and the issue of vaccinations are taking place, that we need to be culturally sensitive and understanding. I wrote this down so I can say it clearly for our Native communities and our African-American communities and other cultures of people of color who have history of mistreatment by the government, specifically in the area of medical care and interventions. And the reason why I bring this up is because we are doing a campaign about being trusted messengers. Whatever your belief is around this, we have to be aware that we must be willing and able to take historical context and experiences into consideration and be less judgmental about the struggles and difficulties the communities face. There's a history of mistrust and struggles, which is why we need trusted messengers and culturally sensitive messaging around the subject of vaccinations. I've had a lot of my friends say, well, why won't you get vaccinated? For me personally, I'm just waiting on the one shot because I don't like shots. That's for me personally. However, we have to know the history of our country. We have to know the history of the people that we're serving. And so when decisions are being made, people are having hesitations. And so what we're doing through our work with community action, we're putting ourselves in a position to be trusted messengers. If someone really wants to get a vaccination and they're concerned, we're making them a safe place for them to come and ask questions without being shunned, and to make a decision for themselves as we respect their cultural experiences and concerns. And I think that's very important when we are making policy, as we're transitioning back into, everyday, whatever everyday life is going to look for. Diversity means you're really thinking about the people and how our decisions are affecting them. And so I wanted to bring that to your attention as a commission and as a city, because we're now in that phase. Also, that I'm going to be attending the National Community Action Month, Community Action's first Equity Summit, and that's open to the public, and it's April 19th through the 21st, and the theme is centering in truth. See, these type of truths that I just said about being culturally sensitive around vaccinations, we need to be able to talk about that. And is activating community healing and resilience. And I bring that up to say we also need to realize that communities need to be healed. Not everyone has had the same experience, but we have to realize that
we're going back and whatever normal means, but there's a lot of healing that needs to take place to be sensitive of that. I also will be attending Inland Empire's Anti-Racist Summit, where Dr. Kendi, the author of How to Be an Anti-Racist, will be the speaker. I've also seen him speak last month at Community Action. We had him first. Inland Empire. Nationally, we had him first. And he was really phenomenal in his teaching, and he's going to be an advocate for us at Community Action. We've now considered him and moved him to friend status, as he was told. And also, last but not least, I want to really give a shout out to the Black Student Unions of Great Oak, Chaparral, and Temecula Valley High School. We see you. We appreciate your work. Good job on that mural. We want to encourage you as young people to keep letting your voices be heard and to keep leading the way. Your REDI Commission of Temecula sees you, acknowledge you, and honor your efforts. And thank you for your leadership. Thank you to the staff that heard them and were actually able to work with them. Thank you for the council members that showed up to support them. Thank you, City of Temecula, for allowing our young people to be seen and heard. We really appreciate that. And last but not least, I invite all Temecula parents out to a free workshop that we're provided by the city for parents from the school district. And it is going to be next Thursday, March 18th, and it is free to you. So thank you. And it's around parenting, but including diversity, equity, and inclusion. Good job, Temecula School District, for thinking of your parents and supporting them through this transitional time as we are going through as a country. And that concludes my report. I will turn it over to you, Executive Director Joel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am also signed up for that exact same Dr. Kendi webinar. So I'm a huge fan of his. So I'm looking forward to hearing what he has to say. I'll keep my comments today just really super brief. I just thank you. Thank you, each and every one of you, for, I know this meeting went late. I thought it was going to be 10. I was drastically off. I apologize, but on the estimate, but I'm so thankful for your patience. I'm thankful for your engagement, and I'm thankful just for your presence on this commission and helping the city move this effort forward. Without you, we wouldn't be where we are today. So thank you. I heard a lot of conversation today about affordable housing and book clubs and redlining. So I would strongly encourage, if you haven't already done so, read Color of Law. It is an excellent book. It is available both on Audible. Oh, you're way ahead of me, Commissioner Wilson. She has the book that she's holding up. Yes, so it is available on both Audible and in print. Fantastic synopsis of our factual history in this space. You guys gave me a lot of follow-up. So I will include everything that I can from the demographic standpoint and the follow-up standpoint in the after action report. And then anything else that I'm not able to immediately access will come in following emails. But rest assured that we will follow up on that. And lastly, but certainly not least, Erica and Chris, I see you hanging on till 11:17. So thank you, because without you two, this doesn't happen either. So thank you. That concludes my comments, Chair Baker.
Our hearts clear. Thank you all for your service. Thank you for your leadership. Yes, happy International Women's. We are doing it. Thank you all for your service. Thank you, Temecula. Thank you so much. Thank you for staying up with us. Thank you all for rocking with us tonight. And thank you for your impact. And thank you for moving the needle. We moved the needle tonight. Thank you, guys. Remember, go out and meet someone differently than yourself. Have a good evening, Temecula.
Thank you, guys. Good night.
Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Night.
Good night, everybody.